Good morning. It is top of the hour and would like to call COMSTAC to order. I am James Hatt, the designated federal officer for COMSTAC. Would like to welcome everybody that's on COMSTAC who's on this meeting, as well as everyone tuning in on YouTube. On that YouTube link or on the COMSTAC website, where the YouTube links are found, a couple notes for everybody just as administrative. There is one YouTube link for this morning, and then there's another YouTube link for the afternoon session. There's also a link there should you wish to add comments or ask a question. You can type it into that Google form and we will receive that. So again, welcome to everybody. I am absolutely thrilled to be here and to support this COMSTAC meeting. This is a 46th COMSTAC meeting. What a great run and what a great opportunity this is. I know the FAA and the Department of Transportation, in fact, the whole of government, greatly appreciates all the advice, recommendation, and observations that COMSTAC has provided in the past. Many of those things have been acted upon or are being acted upon right now, and we greatly appreciate that insight from industry. FACA, of course, the Federal Advisory Committee, stems all the way back to Washington, D.C., or to George Washington, rather, when he wanted to get advice from outside the government. So this is a great opportunity for the government to get information from industry, and we'll do this in a public setting. Just as another note, this afternoon, the Vice President will be announcing the first National Space Council meeting on 1 December. So we are looking at an administration that also recognizes how important space is. So your COMSTAC advice, recommendations, observations are very critical, timely, and I am definitely looking forward to having this discussion today and getting your information back and helping us do an even greater job at keeping the public safe. And with that, again, thank you to everybody for being here. And I will now introduce Mr. Kelvin Coleman, the Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Commercial Space Transportation, to introduce the morning's first welcoming remarks. So Kelvin, if you are on, sir, over to you.
Great, thank you, Jim, and good morning, COMSTAC members. Once again, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, FAA Administrator Steve Dixon. Mr. Dixon, of course, remains committed to overseeing the 45,000 employees of the FAA in carrying out our mission to operate and oversee the safest aerospace system in the world. As you know, Mr. Dixon remains engaged and energetic when it comes to the matters of commercial space transportation, as evidenced in part by his past participation in COMSTAC meetings. Once again, he has been very engaging and offering to provide comments to this meeting. Unfortunately, he is not available in person and has provided videotaped remarks. So with that, we will turn it over to Mr. Dixon, and we look forward to hearing his remarks.
Well, hello, everyone. I am truly honored to open the 46th Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee meeting, which of course we know as COMSTAC. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you in real time this time around, but let me start by saying that there is no substitute for everyone here. The guidance and the expertise that you provide to Wayne and his team month after month after month is invaluable. And I think you'll see today that the FAA not only hears your input, but we're putting your consequential deliberations into action. Now, I want to start by thanking Charity Whedon and Karina Dries for their outstanding leadership in providing us that input. And I thank everyone on the committee for your hard work and your patience that goes into crafting recommendations, observations, and advice for the Office of Commercial Space Transportation. You know, I've been on enough government advisory groups to know the drill. It's hard work, but it's extremely important. And though you've been working hard, I'm betting that no one's bored because, as you know, this industry continues to move at warp speed. And when I spoke to you back in March, I opened by saying that it's been a consequential 6 months since the last COMSTAC meeting. Well, in hindsight, that looks like the understatement of the year. You see, since March 23rd, the date of the last COMSTAC, up until October 31st, we've seen 34 FAA license launches and reentries. Now, those included a second NASA commercial space crew who flew on the SpaceX Dragon to the International Space Station. And if we're on schedule by the time you see this, Crew 2 should be splashing down following Crew 3's arrival on another Crew Dragon. And 4 human spaceflight missions by Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and SpaceX that among them included 3 suborbital trips, 1 multi-day orbital flight, and the youngest and eldest people to go into space, including Captain Kirk himself, William Shatner. You really can't make this stuff up, can you? Now, while the astronauts and spaceflight participants are making all the headlines, Wayne and the folks in AST have been moving at warp speed as well. For one, the AST team laid the groundwork that led to an agreement that I signed with the Secretary of the Air Force that became effective in June. Now, this agreement eliminates red tape and duplication of efforts for commercial space activities at the Space Force ranges at Cape Canaveral and at Vandenberg, otherwise known as the Eastern and Western ranges. Now, based on COMSTAC's recommendation to solicit industry input regarding R&D investments, the FAA is establishing a new research venture that we're calling the Commercial Space Innovation Institute. Now, the Institute's mission will be to keep a finger on the pulse of the industry when it comes to needed R&D investments. And you also asked us to prioritize our support for helping industry transition to the new Part 450 streamlined launch and reentry licensing regulations. Now, I'm here to tell you that we've made it so. In fact, I think Wayne and his team may have set a record. They developed and published 10 advisory circulars this year. That's quite a feat for any agency, and as I said, it may even be a record. COMSTAC also requested that we consider updates to financial responsibility as our next rulemaking effort, otherwise known as Part 440. And here too, we are moving very fast. The FAA Commercial Space Team is in the process of setting up an aerospace rulemaking committee, which we're calling SPARK for short. And the SPARK will start the formal work on this rule. We're very anxious to get your input on this effort, and I understand that part of today's meeting will be discuss the work on Part 440. Now, finally, Wayne's team is also working to improve the process under Part 450 regarding the good enough determination for pre-applications. Now, this was also a COMSTAC recommendation. So as you can see, there's a lot going on, and while we don't anticipate that it will slow down anytime soon, I want to assure you that we aren't letting the speed of innovation get ahead of our ability to assure safety. That won't change. It always needs to be our North Star. But what will change and evolve over time is how we regulate this fast-changing industry so that we can embrace innovation while at the same time protect public safety. Your advice, observations, and recommendations are a key part of that evolution as this industry continues to grow and prosper. Well, thanks for listening, and thank you especially for your leadership and your commitment and your collaboration with us. And have a great meeting.
Thank you, sir. Great words. And again, want to reemphasize, there's a lot of things that COMSTAC has provided to the FAA, And we are marching out on those. And I think the administrator highlighted just a few of them, but that is, again, just a few of them. So thank you for your remarks, Administrator Dixon. Next, without needing any introduction, because he is very well known to you all, Wayne Monteith, Brigadier General retired, who is the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation. Sir, over to you.
Hey, thanks, Jim. Good morning, everyone. First off, thank you to Administrator Dixon for continuing to support our commercial space efforts. And to all of our COMSTAC members and to those joining us virtually today, the second COMSTAC meeting of 2021. Hopefully, one of these times we'll actually be able to get back together in person again. The last time we all met in March, you provided detailed recommendations on prioritizing future rulemaking, international dual licensing, Spaceport Authority, and R&D efforts. And since that time, we've been busy working on your recommendations and on doing our part to maintain public safety and enable innovation in our industry. In fact, as Administrator Dixon mentioned, since we last met, the FAA has licensed 34 commercial space operations and published 10 advisory circulars to support Part 450. That's a pretty incredible pace and a reminder of how important COMSTAC is to the success of the Office of Commercial Space Transportation. It's also not lost on any of us that you all have day jobs and your pay as volunteers leaves a bit to be desired. But you put your time and effort into making a difference, and we absolutely appreciate it. Today, I'm excited to hear about your recommendations for human spaceflight guidance and regulatory reform, Part 440 financial responsibility, spaceports, online electronic license applications, and more. As you all know, human spaceflight is literally taking off. With 4 human spaceflight missions since our last meeting, we only expect commercial human spaceflight to become more frequent. And we need to be ready for what's next, whatever that construct or framework actually looks like. Since our last meeting, COMSTAC was briefed by a number of key space officials, including General Raymond, the Chief of Space Operations of U.S. Space Force, Janet Petro, the Kennedy Space Center Director, Brigadier General Steve Purdy, the SLD-45 Commander, and the FCC. You have all put in a tremendous amount of work over the past 8 months, and your insight will continue to help propel our ever-growing industry into the future. We at AST know that we need to continue to elevate our operations and continue to be agile and forward-leaning to meet increased demands. Your detailed recommendations will assist us in meeting those goals, and again, we thank you for your efforts. I would also personally like to thank our COMSTAC chairs, Charity Whedon and Karina Dries, as well as the working group leaders, Paul Damphus, Greg Autry, and Shanna Dale. Your leadership and passion for this industry is evident, and we appreciate everything that you do. So with that, we've got a busy agenda today, so let's go ahead and move on with our program. Jim, back over to you.
Thank you, sir. And just want to take a quick moment and introduce Charity Whedon and Karina Dries. Great leadership, and thank you for recognizing their leadership. They have done an absolutely outstanding job. And I wanted to open it up for them, or if anybody else has any questions for you, sir, before you depart the trajectory here. So Charity, Karina, over to you if you have questions from COMSTAC members.
Associate Administrator Monteith, thank you so much for the remarks. I know you'll be hanging around throughout the day and listening to our observations, findings, and recommendations. I personally don't have any questions at this time, but I do want to afford the opportunity to the members. And I see Mike Moses has his hand up. Mike, go ahead.
Sorry, Charity, that's an accident.
Good, we're testing out the equipment. I like that. Anything from you, Karina?
Good morning, General Monteith. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for the industry, for AST. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think a lot of folks in the industry have recognized your leadership at AST and what you've done with the team at AST to really help accommodate this growth of the industry. So I just wanted to offer my thanks to you, to Jim Hatt, and to the rest of the folks from AST on the call.
All right. If there's no one else, again, thank you, sir, for your comments, and we'll be looking forward to having you around all day or as much as you can. Thank you. All right, our next person is Mr. Randy Repchek, who is the division manager here of ASA 100. And I'd like to introduce him, and he is going to give us kind of an update on where we are with Part 450. In regards to industry, and this is something new that just came on board, and he will talk to us. And if you have questions at the end, if you want to type them into the Google, if you're on YouTube or COMSTAC members, feel free to be jotting down your questions and ask. Thank you. So Randy, over to you.
All right, thank you, Jim. There should be a presentation that goes with this. All right, thanks. Next slide. Oops. All right, great, thanks. Okay, so unfortunately, my very first bullet is incorrect. So just to make so the streamlined launch and reentry licensing rule, final rule, when it became effective on March 21st, 2021, not March 10th. The March 10th was the original date, but we did move it about a week and a half later than that, as a lot of rules were done. When the new administration came in, they wanted to review the rules. So it was about a week and a half after the original date. So March 21st, 2021, it became effective. Most of you know, but just real quick, the rule consolidated 4 different parts that help the licensed expendable launch vehicles, reusable launch vehicles, and reentry vehicles, and that's all under one part now. And of course, it's performance-based primarily, and of course, a single license can authorize operations at multiple sites. The legacy regulations, I don't know how many types of licenses we had, but there's a lot. And now we can just use one license for multiple different operations. So applicants could use legacy regulations if they had accepted applications prior to June 8th, 2021. And we did have one company get their application in by June 7th. And so one company did get under the wire, and they are currently under legacy regulations. And of course, all current launches are under the current, all current licenses, I'm sorry, all current launches are under the legacy regulations right now. And so a lot of companies are still under those legacy regulations, but they will be removed on March 10th, 2026. Next slide. Okay, a couple of accomplishments. So we have 4 applications that are currently accepted under Part 450. And we have also 1 approved incremental review. And one thing Part 450 allowed for that the legacy regulations didn't is that a company could actually apply for a license in increments, in phases, right? They could give us certain parts of Part 450, and we can review and approve them in increments, so that some of the early stuff that's done early in a program can be approved by us. So we do have one company that did have a plan approved by us to do incremental review. And we're also working with a few others that want to do the same thing. As far as the public engagement, we had about a year ago now, we had a 3-day public workshop. And we also had an international workshop earlier this year. And a lot of interest in this international workshop. It's really interesting. I think there is a lot of international interest in how we do things here in the United States. And of course, it's been mentioned already at this meeting. We put out 10 advisory circulars, which was a huge accomplishment. And part of the difficulty with it. We have workshops for each one, multiple workshops sometimes. And so our AC team did a great job getting those 10 out and doing these workshops. So a lot of our effort was spent on those ACs this year. And one thing I don't have on the slide I wanted to bring up is internally, we also have what we call a Part 450 review board. It's every Thursday. We sometimes don't have it, but when a new regulation hits the street and you start using it, there's all sorts of issues that come up, and this happens with every regulations. When you develop the rule, you think it's going to go great, right? But then when you fight, when it kind of hits the enemy, then you see a lot of things we have to make. We have to make a lot of decisions, make a lot of policies, and actually start making a few corrections. So we have this thing called a Part 450 review board every Thursday, and as issues come up, we try to get the management team and some of the key staff members together to kind of work through all the different issues that come up in Part 450, and that's been going quite well. Okay, next slide. So I just want to kind of walk through a few topics in Part 450 that are of interest. And the first one is I call the hazard control strategy. But the key aspect when we try to combine the 4 parts into one part, what we were trying to do there was under the legacy regulations, you're either an expendable launch vehicle or a reusable launch vehicle, and that's just not the way the world works anymore, right? There's a combination of all sorts of stuff, and the safety issues that come up are not one size fits all. And so in Part 450, for every phase of flight, a company can do one or more hazard control strategies. And the 2 that are of most use, of course, are using a flight safety system for flight abort and using flight hazard analysis to derive hazard controls. And we've already seen in the 4 applications we have, there's been a couple phases of flight that just didn't fit perfectly with flight safety, a flight safety system, and so you kind of had to go to a hybrid approach using both the flight safety system and system safety. And so far, at least early on here in the first 7.5 months, so far Part 450 has been able to handle the safety issues that come up with this industry that's always evolving and challenging us. But so far, I think it's worked really, really well because there is an answer in Part 450 for any kind of safety issue that comes up. As far as scope of license, we spent a lot of time with scope of license. Under the legacy regulations, launch began, which means our oversight began when the launch vehicle components arrived at the launch site. And we removed that in Part 450, and we try to begin our oversight much closer to the actual flight. And we base it on when the safety issue, when there's hazardous operations going on in the public. And so for all 4, I think for most of the 4 that we have currently, we've worked with the companies to choose when our oversight begins, and it tends to be close to like an initial static fire would be a typical way when the license starts for us. And so Part 450 has worked pretty well in removing our oversight for some of the industrial activities that take place well before you start doing static fires. For ground safety oversight related to that is Part 450 also allows a company, if they choose, to just allow the federal launch site to oversee the ground safety, and then we get out of it altogether. And so we have worked with, I think, all the companies that we're currently working with are looking at that. One has been already been approved to use the federal launch site as the ground safety oversight, so they don't have any application requirements on ground safety because the federal launch range is taking care of it. We still do insurance for ground safety, but we don't have any other oversight when they choose to do the federal. And also have there's a policy that also came out about the same time as the rule that allows legacy operators to do this, get the same benefit, right? They can have ground safety overseen by the federal launch site, and then we remove ourselves. And we actually have one company that just got approval for that under the policy. I mentioned incremental review. That we have one company that already has an approved incremental review plan, and we have a couple others that we're working with to do that as well. Now, as far as the means of compliance, so as we mentioned, we have the 10 ACs out. We have about, I think 17 more advisory circulars to put out. So we really are trying to get all the advisory circulars out so that for every section of Part 450, there's an identified means of compliance that we have out there. We already got one complaint from a company that says, there's not enough out there yet. And we understand that. And we are working as fast as we can to get these advisory circulars out. But yeah, so but the other thing we also have found, one issue we found is that there are certain means of compliance that have to be approved before an application can be accepted. And one thing we found already is with flight safety systems, which often uses is RCC 319 is the standard for flight safety systems, and every company tailors them with the FAA and the federal launch range. And by Port 450, that has to be approved before we can accept an application. One thing we found already early on is that tailored document is often not 100% signed off on when the application should be accepted. So we're making some of those kind of adjustments right now. Safety element approval. One thing we allow in Part 450 is a company to apply for a safety element approval with their license application, and we actually have one company already do that. High consequent event protection. A key part of Part 450 is to, instead of using containment as the approach for flight safety system, we use what's called a CEC, conditional expected casualty, to determine if you need a flight safety system, and if you have a flight safety system, when you need to abort. And so far that's been working quite well. Actually, under the legacy regulations, the CEC approach is used often where containment can't be completed. Safety critical systems. So one aspect of Part 450 is that early on, a company does what's called a functional hazard analysis to determine their hazard control strategy. And one of the outcomes of that analysis is identifying safety critical systems. I think a lot of the discussions we've had in our 450 review boards and with our companies is, okay, so now that something's been identified as a safety critical system, if you still have a flight safety system, what's that mean for those other systems? And we're still kind of working through that. We don't want to, just because something's been labeled safety critical, doesn't necessarily mean it's an extra lot of work for folks if they use a flight safety system, but still we're kind of working through some of those issues. And those last two, neighboring operations personnel and ship protection, Part 450 allows for a different risk level for personnel and on neighboring launch sites, and also a different way to protect ships. And first, that's also what we've done is under legacy regulations, companies have been applying for waivers for both neighboring operations personnel and ship protection. And the good thing about having 450 out there is that if someone applies for a waiver with legacy regulations, that if they use the approach that we take in 450, it's an easy waiver for us to give. If you're complying with Part 450, we know it's an acceptable approach. And so we've been using the Part 50 approach to approve waivers in the legacy regulations. Okay, next slide. Okay, so way forward, we are tracking lessons learned as we go. Like I said, when you put a new regulation out, you immediately see where you could have done a better job, either in the way you word things, and so we are keeping track of things. At some point, we will do a cleanup regulation to clean up some of those things. Early next, or sometime next year, we also have what we call a technical corrections document that we'll go. It's a rulemaking, but it's only to fix technical mistakes we made in the document. It can be things like we referred to the wrong section in this. It's not meant to be substantive. This is meant to clean up some of the editorial things we made, both in the preamble or in the reg text. And so, sometime we're kind of gathering those things as we work the rule, and we'll be putting on a technical correction sometime next year. And of course, we're still developing advisory circulars, and the next speaker, Charles Hewitt, will talk about that in much more detail. And then not related to Part 450 per se, but we're also trying to streamline the application process itself. And we're doing a lot of work this year on what we call an application portal. So we're trying to modernize the application process, so it's not all based on emails and getting documents. And so hopefully we're going to have one portal that everyone can go to, both the applicant and us, to get the application, do the review, all that kind of thing. So we're working really, really hard on that. We've spent most of the year trying to define the requirements for the portal, and now we're looking at different off-the-shelf solutions to try to put that together next year. And my last thing I wanted to mention is we do want companies, if they see a problem with Part 450, to let us know. We had a meeting yesterday with one of our companies, and they brought up a couple points that were very, very helpful. We know it's not perfect. We know we can make some corrections here and there. So in any way that Part 450 is either isn't making sense or is not working the way we think it should, please let us know. We really do want to get the feedback. Okay, that's all I had.
All right, thank you, Randy. Appreciate that. Charity?
Thank you, Randy, for that update. I want to open it up to COMSTAC members should they have any questions. I see Anne, your hand is up.
Nope, I think another another technical glitch on that front.
This is going to be a fun day, I think. Okay.
Charity, I'm happy to ask a quick question of Randy.
Sure.
Randy, thank you so much for the presentation. I know we'll get a little bit more information on the advisory circular piece, but as you know, we're just kind of getting started on the 450 regulatory process. There are a lot of companies that haven't operated under 450 yet. I'm kind of curious, you touched on it a little bit. Are there any sort of high level areas that you're seeing currently that that you're looking at potentially for additional input from industry or additional input even in the advisory circulars? Are you seeing that so far?
I will let Charles talk about the advisory circulars, but no, because we work through these issues with individual companies and their individual issues. We did have an issue with, I mentioned the CEC, high consequence protection. There was one company where there's a phase of flight that doesn't work for them, and we shouldn't have. And so with that particular license, we'll take care of it through a waiver for some. We'll fix it for that particular issue. But no, there's nothing in particular that we want to get feedback from. I do think. Well, I will say this. I think if there's anything that companies think are, it's meant to be a streamlined rule, not an additional burden rule. So if they see additional burden where they don't think it's necessary, please let us know. That's one thing we're very interested in. It's not meant to be increased burden. It's meant to be less burden. So yeah, please call us out on that if that's an issue.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm looking for any other hands up at this point, and I don't see any. Thank you so much, Randy. Appreciate your remarks this morning.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. All right. Again, thank you, Randy. Our next will be Charles Hewitt. He is my lead for developing, coordinating, revising, and publishing advisory circulars. And just want to publicly sing his praise. Over the last year, or actually starting since March, we were able to get 10 advisory circulars out. That was a huge effort, in no small part to Charles's leadership and hard work and dedication to getting it done, as well as a whole team of people. So I just want to say thank you to Charles on that right up front, as well as everybody else. It was a huge team effort. But Charles, I want to turn it over to you now to talk about where we are with those ACs, the 10 published, and where we are currently, and then where we are into the future. Charles, over to you.
Hey, thank you, Jim. Thanks for those kind words. It's truly a team effort, and we're still not done. We're still working hard on getting all the rest of the ACs out. So I think we also have a presentation for the ACs. If we can bring that up. And
It's on its way.
The opportunity to talk to COMSTAC about this. So as Jim and others have said, we did publish 10 ACs in fiscal year 2021. we still have 17 ACs to publish, and we did also hold workshops for all the ACs, and at those workshops we requested feedback, and there's feedback forms on all the ACs that for people to send in comments or any way to make the ACs better, or if there's any problems with them that we can fix. So I also wanted to point out that all the ACs that are published are subject to public comment indefinitely. There's no 30-day comment period or 60-day comment period. The comment period is open as long as the AC is published. So I would encourage people to use the forms on the back of the ACs, and I know they're short and don't allow for a lot of material to be input into the form. So it's perfectly okay to add some attachments to the form, and you can comment on any part of the AC that is necessary. And we can update ACs at any time. There's no set schedule of when they have to be updated once they're published. So if we do get substantive comments from industry or the public, or even within AST itself, we can update the AC to put in those recommendations. Next slide. So this is the list of the ACs that we have published already. We have the high fidelity flight safety analysis, the high consequence event protection. This one was a very important one because this is a new way of doing things that is not in the legacy regulations. So CEC is a brand new thing, and so we thought it was very important that we get this one out. Also hazard control strategy determination. That's also an important one for the beginning of the license when somebody's trying to apply. Flight abort. This one it goes along with a lot of the flight termination system regulations that were in the legacy regulations. So people should be more familiar with that. Also flight hazard analysis, mishap reporting, response and investigation, computing systems and software. We did also the normal trajectory analysis, system safety program, and ground safety. Next. So right now we are working on 3 ACs to be published in early next year. So the scope of license is one that we've seen a lot of interest in. So we expect to publish that one sometime in March, and actually working to publish it even sooner than that. And then the next one is tracking. And this one is also going to be published sometime in March. And the tracking for this is really to show that it's not the regular tracking for flight safety systems, but it's more of a tracking for other purposes, like if there's a mishap and you can predict where the impacts are going to be, things like that. Then the next one is going to be the malfunction turn analysis. Malfunction trajectory analysis, and that one is goes along with the normal trajectory analysis. And then we have the rest of them. Next slide. So the rest of the other 14 that we have still to do is physical containment. This is where if you have a vehicle that can't leave the launch site, or it just doesn't have the energy to leave the hazard area, how to how you handle a situation like that. And pre-application consultation, dealing with the policy and payload. We actually broke up the pre-application AC into two because there was a lot of interest from NASA and other institutions on the policy and payload with things like when you send something and it comes back from outer space, and if there's any contamination and things like that. So that AC will deal with all those kind of issues. And then the next one is toxic hazard analysis. And then we have one on collision avoidance. And this one also has a lot of good inputs on how to work with the, not just AST, but also the Air Force who do the actual analysis and what kinds of things we're looking for and how to deal with certain situations that are maybe not as straightforward as just having a rocket if you have multiple payloads and things like that. Then the next one is going to be pre-application consultation, which is more of the process of how you apply for a license. So everything except for the policy and payload part. The next one is population exposure. And that's just in support of any flight safety analysis. It's just a methodology for how to calculate the E sub C. It goes into calculating E sub C for populations that are exposed to the launch. Next one is airspace and waterborne vessel hazard areas. This has also been a lot of interest in this. Some of it even from FAA with all the ATO, and there's a lot of people that are interested in this AC as well. Next slide. Then we're also working on probability of failure, and we do work with the Common Standards Working Group, which is made up of NASA and the Air Force and Navy and all other organizations. And CSWG right now is also working on some new methods for probability of failure. So those will be incorporated into this advisory circular. Then the next one is distance focus overpressure. And there's also been some developments recently in that topic. And so hopefully this advisory circular will be helpful for that issue. Then the next one is medium fidelity flight safety analysis. And this is for the situations when you don't need a whole full up flight termination system, but something that can be a little bit less. And so that defining what the levels are and how to figure all that out is rather difficult. So we're going to attempt to do that in this AC. And then we also have one on hybrid launch systems. And this is not really as much of an advisory circular. And that's why it doesn't have a 450 number on it, because it doesn't really meet any regulation, but it's more of a guide on how to handle hybrid launch systems and how to navigate 450 if you do have a hybrid launch system. And the next one is safety critical systems. And this one deals mostly with how to do the testing and how to define how much testing you have to do. And then next is the control of hazard areas. And then this one, we actually pretty far along, but we had an issue with the Coast Guard, where the Coast Guard is not going into an agreement with the operators. So we're working through that, and we should be able to resolve that issue at the end of this month, and hopefully be able to publish this AC. And the last one is flight safety analysis, the levels of rigor. And that one is also a difficult AC because it's very hard to see how much rigor you have to do depending on what the stage of flight you're in and what the CEC is, and so there's a lot of things that go into it, and so that's all the 14 other ACs remaining with the 3 that we're working on currently. Next slide. So we've started work on all those ACs, and there's different levels of completion and complexity, and also resource availability can affect the timing of when we can publish something. So we are requesting from the COMSTAC some feedback on what the prioritization of the AC publication should be. So which ACs you think that should be published first? And are there any ACs that you have an immediate need for? And also, are there any ACs that are not on this list that you would like to see? And that finishes my presentation, and I'll be ready to take some questions if there's any.
Thank you, Charles. Just a quick question on timeline for all these 14 ACs, and if you get additional AC requests, what is the sort of timeline that FAA is looking at completing all of this?
Yeah, we have our goal this year is to do an additional 8 ACs, and then probably another 7 on the next fiscal year. But my personal goal is to get as many of them done this year as I can.
Eric, is your hand really up? Eric?
Hey, Charles, that was for doing these ACs, like one individual AC, for instance, the collision avoidance AC that you had. About how long does that take, and how many, like with subject matter experts, do you bring them in, or what is the engagement process there?
Yeah, it takes quite a long time. We started working on these ACs a couple of years ago, actually, and so I've been juggling all the balls on all the ACs, trying to prioritize what we work on. So it typically takes about 8 months or so from the time that we finish writing the AC to when it gets published, because it has to go through. Once we finish, we do get subject matter experts. If we have them in-house, we use them in-house. We've been also using contractors. So we try to find the people that know the subject matter and get them to help us write it. And then once it's written, it goes through our management review, and then it goes to the Common Standards Working Group. And they have a lot of subject matter experts there, NASA and the Air Force, State Department, even Commerce. They all get involved and provide input into the ACs. And so, and then a couple of them, like the flight safety analysis ACs, for example, on the malfunction turn analysis AC, we actually sent that out to a very targeted group of experts on the Air Force side to take a look before we sent that out to the entire CSWG. And so, and then after the comes back from the CSWG, we adjudicate all the comments, and then we send it to our lawyers because it's a legal document. So we have to look at all the things like when we say you must do something that is tied to a regulation. And the words are very important. So we use must for things that are regulations. We use should for things that we want you to do in order to meet the AC. And we use may if it's our alternate way of doing something. And those words are very important, and they have to you have to know what the meaning is. And we explain all that in the front of the AC of every AC.
Thank you so much. I know it's a
Oh, you're welcome.
Any other questions for Charles? Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. You have a full plate ahead of you, and I'm confident and we'll be here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate everybody's support.
All right. Again, thank you, Charles. And you and your team have done a great job. And we are expecting even greater things coming up. And so we'll be asking COMSTAC for a little help on this as well, and potentially reaching out for others to assist. I just wanted to mention that on the COMSTAC webpage, there's a link that you can click on, and it'll take you to Google Forms, and you can type in questions as we go through the day. We will collect those. We're looking for questions pertinent to the discussion at the time and to the items brought up in the COMSTAC meeting. But that link is now available. I apologize. I guess it was not working first thing this morning, but it was just tested and it's working. So if you want to use that, again, it's back out on the COMSTAC webpage. There's a link there for questions. Next is Steph Earle. He is the Assistant Manager for the Policy and Innovation Division here at the Office of Commercial Space Transportation. Steph is an absolute expert in so many areas. And like I mentioned, he is the Assistant Manager. So he is helping me in a great many things. So Steph, over to you on the rulemaking and then some questions and answers on the future plans. Steph?
Great, thanks. Good morning, COMSTAC members. So if you can bring up the slides, we're going to go over some of the rulemaking activities that fall under our division. I see they're coming up now. Oh, that's me. So you can go actually to the next page. All right, so AST rulemaking. So the ultimate place to find out where a rulemaking is actually officially underway is the unified agenda. And that's the Office of Management Budget, or OMB's their Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs controls the actual rulemaking, the approved rulemakings for all of the agencies. And so when we apply for rulemaking, it goes to OMB or ARA, and they'll give us a rulemaking number. And once that rulemaking number is issued, then it becomes an official rulemaking. We have activities that happen prior to rulemaking or pre-rulemaking activities that we do, but it's actually the unified agenda that determines an official rulemaking is underway. And if you go to the current unified agenda, you'll find that there are 2 rulemakings that are currently in work. If you can go to the next slide. So the first rulemaking underway is the orbital debris mitigation rule. And this is a rule that has been a long time in work. As a matter of fact, we started this somewhere around 2013. And there were a number of changes as we continue to develop the rule. And one of the largest changes was the publication of Space Policy Directive number 2, which required the space interagencies under NASA's leadership to develop a working group to update the U.S. government orbital debris mitigation standard practices. And the Office of Commercial Space Transportation represented FAA and the Department of Transportation in these working groups. And I'll say we were heavily engaged until the very end. I mean, we were definitely engaged throughout. representing commercial space, noting that space launch vehicles are very different than commercial satellites, and we wanted to make sure that our representation for the commercial space industry was there. The requirements in the Space Policy Directive require that we, the interagency, come together, update the government debris mitigation standard practices, which were issued at the end of 2019 or the beginning of 2020. And once those were issued, we re-engaged our rulemaking activity, revived it, and modified it slightly to make the adjustments needed for the orbital debris update that we have. And the goal here of this rulemaking is just what it says on the slide. We needed to bring our rulemaking activities in line with the standard practices. That's not saying that all of the launch operators aren't already meeting them. A lot of times, if it's a NASA mission, you're contractually required to meet the debris mitigation standard practices. But this will level the playing field. This will also ensure that all of our missions, commercial space missions, meet the requirements necessary. So this is pretty far along. I expect in the spring, the NPRM should be released for this rulemaking. And I briefed this rule already to COMSTAC once before, or at least the concepts of orbital mitigation. I don't think there'll be many shockers, considering the public orbital debris mitigation standard practices are already out there. So we can go to the next slide. The second rulemaking that AST is undertaking that we already have a rulemaking number for is the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act Incorporation. So the CSLCA had a number of inputs to the commercial space industry regulatory regime. And this rulemaking is specifically designed to just meet those congressional or statutory requirements. We're looking at the definitions of space launch and reentry vehicles. One of the things that came out is if you have a permit and you go to a license, can you retain your permit? Well, this law says you can, and so therefore we need to change the regulations. We also need to update regulations regarding government astronauts as identified in the law. So this is a legislatively triggered rulemaking activity, and this has received a number, and so it's moving along pretty quickly. I expect also next year the NPRM will go out. I don't expect that this one will be a shocker. The goal here is to align the regulations with the law. It's not going to delve very far from that, and so I think the review for this should be fairly easy in those regards. These are the two rulemakings that have already received rulemaking numbers. Today, we've already discussed a few things that I'll call over the horizon for the regulatory environment. And the administrator already mentioned that we're going to be working on 440, financial responsibility. We are also going to have to tackle human spaceflight because the learning period is expected to end sometime. And so that continues to be on our horizon, or just over our horizon, I should say, for rulemaking, as well as the 420, which is spaceports, or licensed sites, is also over the horizon. So those are the types of activities, those over the regulatory horizon, that you can expect to see AST looking for input on, starting to discuss before we actually get into the formal rulemaking committee. Which brings me to my next slide, which is a new thing. This is the aerospace rulemaking committees. And the FAA has long had aviation rulemaking committees. And these are rulemaking committees of aviation specialists. They evaluate issues that could result in rulemaking and provide advice to the administrator about those. It's authorized in Part 49, which is the transportation regulator law under the FAA. It's explicit. It's just unique to the FAA. And it is not part of the FACA. So it doesn't apply the FACA rules. Some of the restrictions that we have for COMSTAC in general don't apply to an aviation rulemaking committee. And what happened recently was the law was updated to add an aerospace rulemaking committee. And the acronym AR or ASRC doesn't work. So we are just calling them SPARCs, a space rulemaking committee, a SPARC. And these rulemaking committees differ slightly from an aviation rulemaking committee. An aviation rulemaking committee, it's for aviation, it's designated by the administrator. But a SPARC, or an aerospace rulemaking committee, it's for commercial space transportation, and it's designated by the Secretary of Transportation. And so the administrator has already mentioned earlier this morning that we're going to start a spark for the 440 financial responsibility. And the process is develop a charter, get it to the authority who is authorizing, and the ARCs, that would be the administrator. For the Spark, that will be the secretary. Once the charter is approved, then the working group teams will be established, and these will be teams of diverse areas. The goal here is to set up a committee that includes current and prospective license and permitting holders. For the 440 specifically, we will be looking at insurance providers, customers, launch and reentry customers, academia, public, as well as U.S. government participation. So it's a diverse group. And then the goal of both the Aviation Rulemaking Committee and the Space Rulemaking Committee, or the SPARC, is to take advantage of the industry's technical expertise and to get broad input, public and industry, into the rulemaking process before we delve too hard into the rulemaking. And so I think that the Sparks will be, as we refine how we're going, this will be the first one. So we can't give you a whole lot of details, except for the fact that we expect this to follow the same type of activities that we did for the aviation rulemaking committees. It'll just be focused on commercial space and not so much on aviation. And as we go along the way, I expect to see more Sparks after the 440 for things that are, again, over the regulatory horizon, human space flight, spaceports. Those are the types of things that I expect. And this will give us, the industry, an opportunity, as well as the public, to provide those types of comments that don't fit in the FAA COMSTAC arena, where we have a very structured back and forth for advice to the secretary. I think that the ability of the Spark will be much greater, and I think it'll be a welcome addition to our rulemaking activities. I think that's my last slide, but I'll answer any questions that people have on either the existing rulemakings, the Horizon, or the Aerospace Rulemaking Committee. Mike French, you had a question? Or Mike Moses, either one.
Oh, go ahead. It's Moses. Go ahead, Mike Moses.
Okay, too many mics trying to talk at once.
Yeah.
Steph, thank you for that. That's actually super helpful. For the rulemaking committees, is that also the forum where you would be able to discuss kind of what the landscape of rulemaking would look like? You know, is it kind of a help, not just the roadmap to how to get there, but what that area looks like when you do get there?
Yes, I think it would. Again, so this is the rulemaking committees go much farther than what we would normally do, and just an answer, is this good? You can propose different alternatives and evaluate, and the team can break up into subgroup working groups to handle specific portions of, say, the financial responsibility or the spaceports. You can actually break it up. So there is a lot of flexibility in the Spark process. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mike French?
Yeah, and somewhat related. Wonder, is there need to be a formal, can you have a Spark? Does a Spark necessarily mean the formal opening or beginning of a rulemaking on a related topic? So for example, could a Spark exist that then decides there isn't a need for a rulemaking, to take place, or are they necessarily linked?
No, so you're correct. They don't have to result in a rulemaking if the group, now obviously the rulemaking is in the name of the Spark. So the goal here is to address an issue that we know is going to require a rule change. And so this is really the best forum for that. If we know that the regulations are either inadequate, or we don't expect them to keep up, or there could just be a massive change needed in the way we're addressing something, and we think that it's going to require a rulemaking to make that happen, that's when a Spark is. I don't think we would use a Spark for something that we didn't think that there might be, but that doesn't mean that the Spark couldn't say the rules are fine as they are now. We don't think there's a problem with the rules. They may say we want to update Title 51. There's no limitation on the advice that the Spark could provide, but the goal is to kind of tackle those things that are over the horizon and give the industry and public a chance to weigh in. But you're correct. It doesn't have to result in a rulemaking.
Thanks. It's very helpful to understand. Thank you.
I thought I saw a flash of a hand up, but maybe not.
Shanna Dale, I believe, has her hand up.
Oh, Shanna.
Hey, I'm trying to start my video. Okay. Hey, I wanted to ask, and Steph, this may be you or somebody else, but in regards to timing, we're going to discuss today draft recommendations in regards to 440. And obviously, we're also going to address sparks and recommended organizations for insurance reform and also human spaceflight regulations. So today it really is just draft recommendations on 440 that we're going to be discussing. I guess I'm a little bit concerned about timing. The reason why we're in draft recommendations are we got some really good feedback that I think needs to be incorporated into recommendations from COMSTAC, and they included some issues that were raised by Steve Lindsay at Sierra Space. That was really good input, and also some great input from Karina and Jim Muncie. Not necessarily a position of Commercial Spaceflight Federation, but just, collecting some input from the various spaceports. And what I'm trying to get at is timing in regards to making final recommendations at the next COMSTAC public meeting. And will we be out of phase or, still in the mix? Since, how soon is the spark for 440, that kind of stuff? That's what I'm interested in.
So that's actually a good question, Shanna. And it's one that we're really trying to work, because we still have to abide by the Administrative Procedures Act. So we still have some limitations on the way we work, but we can have the COMSTAC recommendations come in, and they will help inform how we handle the Space Rulemaking Committee, the SPARC. So if we get recommendations now that we can actually incorporate into the tasks that we want the SPARC to handle, we can do that. But I will also offer that we can, because of the way we have some flexibility in the SPARC, we can engage the SPARC while the SPARC is going. We can engage it with, if COMSTAC comes up with a follow-on issue that needs to be addressed, we can add that to the SPARC requirements or workload at any time. As a matter of fact, we can even go back and reconvene part of the SPARC, just the way you can reconvene part of the ARC to address those issues. So, but your question on timing is one that we're constantly trying to work, because we have to request a rulemaking from OMB, and that actually starts the formal process. And we are allowed to have the SPARC carry over into that, but it starts to limit how much participation we can have into the process. And so we're trying to balance this out so that the COMSTAC recommendations, the SPARC charter and creation and work, and then the official rulemaking all kind of, it's heavy COMSTAC SPARC, and then things should start dwindling down as we narrow the trade space to the rulemaking. Because when we request a rulemaking number, what we're doing is we're giving a scope. So we can't, once we request that, it becomes very difficult to add something else to the rulemaking scope. And so all of the COMSTAC and SPARC work really need to be done before we can actually go forward with our rulemaking number request, because that's going to define the scope of the rulemaking that we have. So I expect that we will see more work in SPARC and COMSTAC prior to us ever requesting the rulemaking number and defining the scope of that. And so it'll be a decision that AST has to make, that we have enough information to define the scope to request this. We know we need it. Obviously, financial responsibility is one where we know we need it. But all the information before that, it helps us define that scope.
Thanks, Steph. Really appreciate that.
Steph, regarding the orbital debris mitigation rulemaking, is that numbered? I don't think I caught if it was numbered or not.
As in, does it have a part number? It will once it gets issued, but yeah, it's an individual part. I think subject to change, it could be 450 53, I think. But then again, that is just going through its final phases. And so I don't, the numbers could change. I don't think the information will change in it. And as the format gets better, I'm good at putting down a lot of information, and then other people are very good at taking that information and putting it in the right format. The indentations just kill me.
Okay, got it. Also, how is this orbital debris mitigation rulemaking either aligned with, overlaps with the FCC's further notice of proposed rulemaking on orbital debris mitigation?
So I think that what the word we would like to use here is dovetails with the FCC's regulations. And so we constantly work with the FCC to make sure that what we don't have is a big gap between our authorities and debris mitigation activities. And so when we taking the launch vehicle in the upper stage, and then they're taking the payloads, and then we've got a little bit of gray area in there as launch vehicles start to do more things, specifically upper stages. And we're in constant dialogue with the FCC for every mission that we launch as part of our payload review. And one of the discussions in that is orbital debris mitigation requirements. And so I believe that there won't be overlap with the FCC. I think that there is a dovetail in our oversight with the FCC, and the orbital debris rule will make that dovetail more seamless with respect to the requirements. Our requirements will look much more similar to the FCC requirements and the same processes. Yep.
So is there an ongoing interagency working group on this still?
It's not an ongoing, I would say we have a constant dialogue with the FCC with regards to this. And it's triggered by a specific mission. And then we'll have a discussion with the FCC about that specific mission to make sure that what we have is an understanding of where our authorities and their authorities and what questions we have back and forth.
I'm scanning for any other questions for staff, and I see none. Thank you so much for your remarks today, Steph, and
Thanks.
all your support. Thank you.
All right, again, thank you, Steph. I greatly appreciate it. And folks, you can tell he is an absolute expert in so many areas, orbital debris, and I am very fortunate to have him as my assistant manager. So again, thank you, Steph. Next, I've asked Pam Underwood, who is the Director of the Office of Spaceports. So I'm going to just give a quick update on the spaceports. So Pam, if you are available, we'll turn it over to you. And as she's coming up, just a note, the question link is available, and we've started to receive some questions. So if you do have questions out there, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to click on that link and enter any questions that you have.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Jim. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to update COMSTAC this morning on the Office of Spaceports. We have a few activities that I wanted to make sure the membership is aware of. A lot of exciting things going on. Do we have the slide presentation? Super, thank you so much. And again, as Jim mentioned, my name is Pam Underwood. I'm the Director of the Office of Spaceports. First thing I wanted to make COMSTAC aware of this morning is a spaceport security review. Everyone in this industry knows that space is growing global and a very exciting time in our industry. To make sure that we're ready, we need to make sure that our spaceports have the infrastructure, the stability, and the information to be ready for this type of growth. So what we were doing is the FAA is working with the FBI in a joint effort, the FAA Office of Security and Hazardous Material Safety and FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation, specifically the Office of Spaceports, are working together to do this assessment of security at our nation's spaceports. These reviews will include looking at counterintelligence, cybersecurity, and threat assessments for our nation's spaceports. What we want to accomplish is providing a document, a list of best practices for spaceport safety. The FBI and the FAA recently undertook this type of activity for our airports, and it seemed logical with the growing industry we have for commercial space to do this now for our spaceports. Again, we'd like to have some type of a document, some type of a recommendations that our spaceports and prospective spaceports can take and put into practice on matters relevant to security. Initially, this will focus on the current FAA licensed spaceports. It will include on-site reviews as well as after or before assessments and threat assessments. We intend on starting these reviews in January of 2022. Given the number of spaceports we have and the time it will take to complete a review, this might take 12 to 18 months to complete in totality. But what I'm working on with the FAA and FBI is to try to have a rolling list of best practices as a review per spaceport is done, so that we can all learn as this assessment is underway. But it's a really exciting time. We're looking forward to getting this underway, and we appreciate the spaceport's participation in this activity. I have briefed the CSF Spaceport Committee on this and got very welcome comments. So I look forward to your participation. And of course, we will let COMSTAC know as this review commences and what the findings are accordingly. Next chart, please. As I mentioned before, there's a growing global market for our industry. And what we're seeing is a growing number of US launch vehicle operators are seeking customers overseas. This is also leading to a number of international governments, international spaceports that are having proposed US launches of US vehicle operators. So what we'd like to do in the Office of Spaceports and are currently very active with is working with these international governments and international spaceports on the items listed on this chart here. What would be great for the industry is that we as governments can have consistent regulations and safety practices for these activities. This promotes interoperability for our industry and is critical as we continue to grow as a global industry. Additionally, government to government, we have a unique opportunity here to cooperate to stop any or avoid duplication of licensing efforts. If we get consistent approaches and regulations, then it's up to the government entities involved to take it a step further and try to avoid duplication. Duplication of licensing does not increase safety. What we want to do is make sure we uphold safety, but work together as international governments to try to streamline the activity so that we're focused on safety, but not stifling for this growing global industry. And finally, if we look to the future, what we'd ultimately like to look at is some type of international recognition models for licensing of commercial space. We'd like to take what the aviation industry has done in flight standards and aircraft certification and look to see what would that look like for commercial space? What can we do in that area? That would be the ultimate way of reducing duplication. Some laws might need to change in our country and others in order to really fulfill that end state vision. But I think as a starting point, the cooperation we have and the dialogue between our governments and these international spaceports is a great start and a good place for our industry to support it growing on a global level. And a final chart for you and everyone in this call is just some additional information about the Office of Spaceports. If you have not looked at our website, there's great information about our domestic spaceports, in particular, a Spaceports by State website, which is the first collection documenting all of the nation's capabilities of our spaceports. It's a start at somewhat of an airport facility directory for spaceports, and we appreciate all the spaceports' participation in providing the information. We do great efforts to try to make sure this information does not come stale and is a good resource for our industry. I appreciate everyone's time this morning and welcome any questions from the COMSTAC.
Just perusing for questions here, Pam. I don't
Oh.
see any. Oh, go ahead, Karina.
I'll ask a quick question. And Pam, thanks so much for this briefing, especially because you're clearly not feeling well. I hope
My
you're
voice
feeling
is
better.
not very good this morning.
So, and as you mentioned, you did brief a lot of that information to the Spaceports Committee at CSF, and really appreciate it. Having been at a spaceport for nearly 10 years, we had a great relationship with local security officials, local FBI, and I believe that's the case really for a lot of spaceports. I'm curious, what would you see, and please feel free to be brief and save your voice, because every spaceport is going to be different. You're most likely every assessment you get from the FBI and other security officials will be different per spaceport. Where do you kind of see that evolving? So if that is the case, where they have very specific recommendations, do you feel like that's going to help set up like general security practices for licensed spaceports, or how do you see that evolving?
And that's a great point, Karina. And by the way, don't worry about my voice. I've got kids and dogs to yell at, so it's going to be fine. But thank you. But so, I agree, each spaceport review is going to be very unique to that individual spaceport. As I've noted to the FBI, and by the way, for the FBI, except for the local office, as you mentioned, the FBI is a headquarters engaging with spaceports. This is new for them. So I've educated them on some of our spaceports are co-located with airports. So some of that airport security will be beneficial for the spaceport, and things such as that. Sometimes, as you know, Karina, security could be customer driven. There might be some government customers at certain spaceports that would require certain security that other spaceports hadn't put in place. So you're right, the recommendations will probably be very unique. So what I would anticipate is, what I have encouraged the FBI and the FAA team to do is to have a rolling list of spaceport recommendations. It's going to take so long to get through this that we'll need to make sure that we get the information out, because we could be educating our other spaceports that haven't gone yet by what the ones that have gone through. However, because they're going to be so specific, until we see the final, all the results, will we really be able to try to wrap it up into general security recommendations for spaceports? So I think that initially the product might look very spaceport specific, because I'm encouraging them to share practices. I'm not sure that's going to be a publicly available document. I'll have to find out from the FBI and the spaceports if they'd like to, but my goal is to at least share it amongst spaceport directors so they can benefit from those that have been executed during the ongoing review. At the end, though, I would like to see us roll up into some general security. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do that. But you're right, Karina, a lot of them could be very specific, and it will require us as a team to try to figure out what could be overarching recommendations for the group.
Thank you. Thanks, Pam.
Mm-hmm.
Pam, this is more of an offering, but if you haven't already talked to the Space ISAC, there might be some interesting overlap there. It is an industry-focused participation for cybersecurity practices in space.
Thank you, Charity. That's a great recommendation, and we have not, but I will definitely include that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Pam. Appreciate you being here and giving an update on spaceports.
All right, and I echo that, Pam. Thank you so much. And with that, that ends the FAA's update to COMSTAC. Of course, we will be here to answer any questions. So from COMSTAC members, you can ask questions at any time. And if you are watching or participating through YouTube, you can click on that link and ask questions there. We are getting a few in, and we will put those into COMSTAC or answer those at the appropriate time, dealing with that topic as we go forward. So with that, Charity, Karina, I want to turn this over to you. And if you would, go ahead and take it away as the COMSTAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you for everyone for joining us today in this November 2021 COMSTAC meeting. I first want to start off by thanking Administrator Dixon, Associate Administrator Monteith, and Deputy Associate Administrator Coleman for your remarks and your leadership. And to our speakers today, Randy Repchak, Charles Hewitt, Steph Earle, and Pam Underwood. A big thanks to our illustrious DFO, Jim Hatt, and the excellent support from Jim Vendetti and Tara Halt. Now, it can be difficult to assess a particular moment when we, as a space community, enter a new phase of achievement or a new era, level of maturity. Usually these things are a continuum. Difficult to pinpoint an exact moment, but I'd like to go out on a limb here and say we have just passed that inflection point. I say this because the conversations in this community are starting to change. Large constellation conversations are and must be accompanied by space sustainability conversations. Launch discussions are accompanied by destinations, whether that be re-entry at a new spaceport or private space station. And it's not only the fact that private crewed spaceflight is happening in both suborbital and orbital missions, but that it is accompanied with a continuous number of milestones where lawyers, engineers, policy professionals, actors, entrepreneurs, science communicators, and more are now experiencing what only government professionals have had access to: space. This inflection has been years in the making. Investments of 5 and 10 years ago are now literally taking flight. So I see our role here at COMSTAC, our inputs and our votes today, as a measure to help shepherd in this new era in a safe and sustainable way. To think through the key commercial space transportation issues that are just beyond the horizon and offer expert insight into what FAA needs to do to encourage, facilitate, promote, and yes, to regulate this industry in a manner that brings safety and certainty, ensures compliance, and will keep us on this path of growth. Members, thank you for stepping up to the plate and once again preparing these upcoming recommendations and inputs on key issues of human spaceflight, spaceports, electronic licensing, and more. I'd like to hand it over to Karina briefly, and I look forward to an excellent dialogue and productive session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Charity. I don't have prepared remarks. I just wanted to echo a couple of things that Charity mentioned. We've seen over the past 6 months some significant milestones and achievements in the industry. And we've seen some things play out in real time as COMSTAC has discussed some of the taskers that were proposed by AST. This really caused us to work up until really this morning on providing some of this input back to the full COMSTAC out for public comment as well. So I just wanted to say thanks and echo thanks from what Charity had mentioned to this full COMSTAC and all of your tireless work up until the very last moment. And we will be asking more, but hopefully not as many taskers for this next 6 months. And again, I think this growth of the industry is again a real testament to what's happening in the industry, what's happening in space. Some quick numbers just for data purposes. Space Capital published some space investment information, which indicates more than $230 billion has been invested in more than 1,600 unique companies worldwide over the past 10 years. We're starting to see more investment, more venture capital interest, more companies going public. And to me, this is a real testament that the industry has gotten a lot of validation in the investment community. We are seeing Earth observation companies, more of those come online, spacecraft manufacturers come online. We're seeing the increased cadence, obviously, that AST has mentioned early on. And I think it's even more important that the regulatory environment is right, just as Charity mentioned, that it both encourages safety and innovation, that we can continue to encourage more of these companies to come online. So thanks again, Charity. I know this was a huge undertaking, especially this past year for you personally as well. And thank you so much for your leadership here at COMSTAC. I'll go through quickly. So we're going to take a break here in just a moment, but I wanted to go through some logistics when we come back from the break. So following the break, we're going to take roll and introduce the COMSTAC members. And then we will ask each of the working group leads to introduce each of their taskers and brief the COMSTAC with their recommendations on each tasker. Following any discussion by the COMSTAC members, I will ask each working group lead to make a motion on each of the recommendations they would like voted on, just to make sure we're capturing the full recommendation. And then I will call on each COMSTAC member individually to ensure that we're capturing everyone's vote. So when we come back from the break, we'll first hear from the safety working group, then followed by the regulatory working group, and finally the innovation and infrastructure working group before we move on to other business. So we look forward to seeing everyone back. And Jim, what time did you want everyone to come back from the break? I believe it's 10:45.
Yes, I think that'll be, or
do you want to come back at 11? Are we taking a 30-minute break now?
why don't we just take the 15-minute break now?
Perfect. 10:45.
Perfect.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, and we will continue on. Charity?
Thank you, Jim. I'd welcome COMSTAC members to turn their cameras on if you're comfortable with that. And we will go through introductions of who we are. I'll kick it off and then hand it over to Karina for the remainder. I think you all know me. Hi, I'm Charity Whedon. I'm the current COMSTAC Chair and Vice President of Global Space Policy and Government Relations for Astroscale US. Karina, over to you.
Thanks so much, Charity. Karina Dries, I'm the President of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation and your COMSTAC Vice Chair this year. I will call on everyone alphabetically by last name, if that helps a little bit with preparation. Jim Armour.
Good morning, everybody. Jim Armour, retired Air Force, 35 years, 11 years in industry, and now doing some consulting and happy to be a part of the COMSTAC.
Thank you, Jim. Greg Autry.
Hi, I'm Greg Autry. I'm a clinical professor of space leadership, business, and policy at the Thunderbird School of Global Management, Arizona State University. And I'm proud to have been studying and researching in the commercial space industry for 20 years now.
Thank you, Greg. Bill Beckman.
Good morning. I'm Bill Beckman. I'm the Director of Business Development for Boeing in doing the NASA Systems portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Ed Bolton.
Hello, I'm Ed Bolton, and I'm retired.
All right, thank you, Ed. Shanna Dale.
Hi, and following in Ed's footsteps, I'm retired as well, NASA and other places. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanna. Paul Dampus, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Paul Danfus, Vice President of Business Development for Calspan Holdings.
Thank you, Paul. Mary Lynn Dittmar.
Hi, I'm not retired. I'm Mary Lynn Dittmar, and I'm Executive Vice President for Axiom Space. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you. Mike French.
Hi, Mike French. I'm the Vice President for Space Systems at the Aerospace Industries Association. Thanks.
Good morning, Mike. Chris Hassler. Is Chris with us? There you are. Chris, your mute's still on. There you go.
There. How's that?
Great.
Good. I'm a former naval officer, and I spent time in industry with Lockheed and Northrop Grumman. And I'm the owner and founder of a company known as Syndetics, and we provide consulting services across multiple areas, including space and surveillance activities in the intel community to the major top 10 defense and intel contractors.
Thank you, Chris. Dale Ketchum.
Good morning, Dale Ketchum. I'm with Space Florida and happy to be a participant.
Kate Cronmiller.
Hi, I'm Kate Cronmiller. I'm Vice President of Government Relations for Jacobs. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you, Kate. Steve Lindsay.
Yeah, Steve Lindsay. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer, Senior Vice President for Advanced Technology and Advanced Programs for Sierra Space, Air Force and NASA background.
Thank you, Steve. Mike Moses.
Hey, good morning. I am Mike Moses with Virgin Galactic, President of Space Missions and Safety.
Morning, Mike. Clay Mowry.
Hi, Clay Mowry. I'm Vice President of Global Sales with Blue Origin.
Dale Nash. Let's see, do we have Dale? Dale, your mute's on.
Okay, Dale Nash, mostly retired. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Dale. Sharon Pinkerton.
Sharon added to the chat. She is present.
Great, thank you, Sharon. Lee Rosen.
Hi, Lee Rosen, Vice President of Customer Operations and Integration at SpaceX. Hope all you guys are doing great. It's been a good meeting so far.
Thanks, Lee. Robbie Sabatier.
Good morning, Robbie Spatier, Vice President of Government Operations and Strategic Communications with United Launch Alliance, and I have about 20 years in the launch business. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Eric Stallmer.
Hi, good morning. Eric Stallmer. I'm Executive Vice President of Voyage Everyone this morning.
Thanks, Eric. Ann Zakolski.
Good morning. Ann Zakolski, Vice President for Commercial Civil Space at Lockheed Martin.
Thanks, Ann. Okay, Charity, back to you.
Thank you, Karina, and welcome everyone again. I'm going to hand it over to Greg Autry and Robbie Sabatier to present the Safety Working Group taskers, recommendations, and findings. Over to you.
Thank you, Charity. Thank you, Karina, and thank you for everybody at the COMSTAC for attending today and for helping us out with our taskers this year. Can we get our slides up? Great. We're providing an update today on human spaceflight industry volunteer consensus standards and a couple of taskers that were assigned to us earlier in the year. Next slide, please. So our first tasker was to look at a number of documents that were on the AST website that provide guidance to applicants who were carrying spaceflight participants. It was noted that these documents were out of date. We went through and reviewed the documents, or that was our task, and were asked to submit final recommendations or revisions to the COMSTAC for this meeting. Those documents are available to anyone at the URL noted there. And there were specifically 4 human spaceflight related documents in the guidance section, which were called out to us. One was a human spaceflight checklist from 2008 that is particularly out of date. Guidance on informing crew and spaceflight participants from 2017. The guidance for medical screening of commercial aerospace passengers going back to March 2003. And draft guidelines for commercial suborbital reusable launch vehicle operations with spaceflight participants from 2005. Next slide. A second tasker was added later this summer, and basically the FAA has an update due to Congress next March regarding human spaceflight safety standards and the progress in the industry. There was an interim report sent in 2019, and the COMSTAC just wanted to be informed of what has changed since that report. Next slide. The Safety Working Group consulted with our members, but we also reached out to human spaceflight operators that were not on the Safety Working Group or represented on our group, as well as ASTM F-47, and in particular, I want to thank Andrew Nelson for his assistance there. We all reviewed the guidance documents on the FAA website and provided a detailed markup in some Microsoft Word documents. These documents were then distributed to the Safety Working Group and the human spaceflight operating companies that weren't represented on our group for comment, and after that, we forwarded to the full COMSTAC. We will make these documents available to the public. So essentially, you've got the original documents with Microsoft Word markup comments, and then we'll anonymize the source of those comments in the documents that are public. Next. In February 2020, the COMSTAC submitted a report on the state of human spaceflight industry voluntary consensus standards. That report concluded that the industry-led standards have yielded progress, and the pace has been insufficient, however, to inform the development of a regulatory environment. It is important for those that might be joining us here from the public that are deeply embedded in these issues to understand that a 2004 law that came out of Congress, the Commercial Spaceflight Launch Amendments, established a learning period, sometimes referred to as moratorium, although there are those who don't like that word, that essentially told FAA not to regulate the safety of the spaceflight participants or passengers in these vehicles at this time, so that there could be time for the industry to develop best practices, and then when regulatory rules were put in place, that these rules would in fact add value rather than lock in potentially less safe standards that nobody was fully cognizant of their long-term implications. So we're going through that learning period. It has been extended a few times. The current end of that learning period is set for October 1st, 2023. So FAA, of course, wants to be ready, and Congress wants FAA to be ready should that deadline not be extended. There are also other circumstances under which FAA is permitted to regulate. So FAA leadership is needed to facilitate rapid progress on the human spaceflight safety framework, and published voluntary safety standards are in minimal use by the commercial space industry, but several should be investigated by the FAA's potential input. So there's several organizations that have been looking at this. That doesn't mean that industry is using them right now. Again, we're in that learning period, and the operators, as noted, just finally got off the ground really this year. It's an exciting time to be in this industry. And I know that it was a really, really busy time for the people that are doing this work and people on our group. So I appreciate that. The FAA is required to provide to Congress a report by March 2022 identifying appropriate activities for establishing and implementing human spaceflight safety framework. In support of that, the COMSTAC provides this update on the progress of the human spaceflight industry consensus standards since the 2020 report. Next slide. All right, here are observations. And again, I want to thank everybody on the safety working group, and in particular, my co-chair, Robbie Sabathier. Since September 2020, the human spaceflight industry has gained significant experience. 3 operators have conducted licensed human spaceflight launches. That has been so exciting to see this year. As Charity noted, I agree, this is the tipping point year, and it's hard to miss it in the media. When my extended family members all suddenly think what I do is cool and exciting, I know something different is happening. 3 missions have flown with commercial spaceflight participants. That is super exciting. I hope to be one of them someday. Several standard organizations have been involved in furthering commercial spaceflight standards. This is important to note. We looked at work by the American National Standards Institute, ANSI. We looked at work from the International Standards Organization, ISO. And AIAA led US organizations for ISO space standards development is important. Next slide. In particular, though, as we noted, ASTM's International Committee on Commercial Spaceflight, F47, has been working diligently and methodically on spaceflight standards. Michael Lopez Alegria, the former co-chair of this body, the COMSTAC, has been working there. And as I noted with Andrew Nelson, whose work we supported, they've done a lot of good work there, and we drew heavily from that. The details are listed here. I won't read them all off to you. Next slide. The International Association for the Advancement of Spaceflight Safety, IAASS, has also published a report, and they did a lot of detailed work on that, and we took a look at what they had to say as well. To be clear, that US contributions to that have been primarily from government stakeholders, and there's been less commercial industry input onto that. Next slide. So we found that multiple industry groups have been involved in furthering commercial spaceflight standards over the last year since we last reported, though only ASTM has actively enhanced the development of the standards. Their work has been exemplary. While HFSF standard development has accelerated, a great deal of progress is still needed to enable self-regulation of the industry. The speed of standards development has been challenged by the rapid and expanding workload of lean commercial human spaceflight companies placing competing demands on resources. So these companies, as noted, are super busy. They are not large government organizations with thousands of employees and contractors. They're very lean, tight organizations. The need to communicate and negotiate consensus across a large and diverse array of stakeholders, not only the commercial spaceflight operators, but aviation veterans, academics, and aspiring human spaceflight companies all have an interest in what happens here. Finally, even with a maturing collection of human spaceflight standards, rulemaking will be necessary element of establishing a safety framework upon expiration of the industry learning period, whenever that should happen. And I want to be clear here that there's no consensus from industry on when they would like that to happen or whether they think we're at that point or not. But it's FAA's job to be prepared for whatever decisions Congress makes in that regard. Next slide. FAA continues to support the ASTM F-47 and development of the human spaceflight industry voluntary standards is our first recommendation. Our second recommendation is that FAA accept the Safety Working Group's comments and recommendations on the guidance documents. Again, those are detailed list of markups in Word documents designed to update those documents on the website and keep them current with what's actually in the regulation, particularly what's happening with Part 450. As well as input from the industry on what they'd like to see in any future regulatory environment should that emerge. FAA will coordinate with ASTM F-47 and the other standard bodies as appropriate on plans for future guidance documents. This would help focus industry standards efforts to accelerate progress and avoid duplication with FAA activities. So it's important that what's going on out there with these organizations coordinate with what FAA is doing and that we end up as in sync as possible. In support of future rulemaking, FAA should utilize the proposed Space Rulemaking Committee, which was mentioned in our last report, to inform human spaceflight guidance documents that need assessment and prioritization. And is there one more slide or are we done? That's it. So I guess, Charity, it would be incumbent upon us to have discussion and then we can go back and ask if the COMSTAC would like to approve the recommendation or not. Now, I know in particular, Mike Moses, you had a comment that you wanted to make regarding some wording from the documents internally about the way that NASA has ambiguously phrased a couple of things regarding human spaceflight standards.
Yeah, Greg, thanks. I know, and I've been reviewing these documents for months, and I just finally caught something last night that I thought was worthy of bringing up and discussing as a group. You know, the word certification in my background from NASA land certainly means one thing, but in the FAA on the aviation side, it has sometimes a much stricter meaning as it refers to airline type certification and what can be a very specific set of design, build, manufacturing standards and compliance. And I think with an upcoming Spark to go talk about what human rating and human occupant safety rules apply as they apply to commercial spaceflight from the FAA, we should probably just be cautious of using the word certification. So two of these documents and the comments and edits from the Safety Working Group are specifically calling out FAA certification of human occupancy. And my suggestion would be that we change that to qualification rather than certification, to allow the Spark to go decide exactly what the regs look like and then determine whether that constitutes a certification or an endorsement or a qualification, whatever the word should be. But I just didn't want to prematurely convey that we think a certification standard, just particularly with the weight that word sometimes brings, should be applied. And it's in two of the documents.
Right. Duly noted there, Mike. Does anybody else have any input or comment on Mike's concern there?
Yeah, Greg, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can, Clay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to echo Mike's comments and support what he said. So I appreciate how he phrased it, and we support what he's saying.
And Greg, this is Steve. I support what Mike said as well. Got to be careful with the wording.
Great. Yeah, you can't transfer terminology from one agency to another without going through a translation process. Does anybody argue against that?
Well, I'm not arguing against it. I'm not arguing for it as well, Greg. I think the words matter, and they're good words. And in this early kind of phase of human spaceflight, taking a kind of a slow approach, seeing how things develop before we overregulate is really important too.
Thank you, Lee. Robbie, do you have any comments on Mike's input or anything broader that you want to add?
No, I'm in favor of it. I do believe the submitted materials distinguish between the meaning of aircraft certification and the intent of this, but I think that it's absolutely fine to go forward with Mike's proposed suggestion.
All right. If there's no objections, then I'd like to modify our documents to reflect specifically Mike's comments and make sure they're recorded there before we release them to the public.
Thanks, Greg. And then I had one other comment, which I think Steph kind of took care of, which was to kind of lay out the framework of, as we move into a Spark, kind of defining what that is actually going to be. What is the actual framework for human occupant safety standards? But based on his explanation earlier today, it sounds like that's exactly the intent of the Spark, is to be able to go pre-rulemaking, define what that landscape looks like. So I think he kind of took my my second comment off the table, but I just wanted to echo thanks for that great explanation of what the Spark process is. I know we've all, many of us have been involved in the ARC for the 450, and there was lots of learning on both sides. And I think this is a great change to help make that a little smoother process as we go forward.
I agree. And perhaps if there's work left to be done there and that defining the Spark, that might be one of our taskers that FAA might throw at us before the next meeting. Other thoughts or comments from the COMSTAC?
Greg, I just wanted to thank the safety working group for putting so much time and effort into this tasker. I think there was a lot of involvement, and that was helpful to all of us, I think, involved, and wanted to praise AST for really being proactive in getting industry's input on the existing human spaceflight guidance documents. I think our input is valued. And this will only serve our industry and the human spaceflight kind of regulatory landscape going forward. So hats off to the safety working group. And Greg, I think working with you, whether you're in Dubai or on the West Coast or in space, we seem to always get it done and over the finish line. And so I enjoy our partnership and working together, and look forward to working on the space rulemaking committee for human spaceflight regulatory reform, or whatever our next tasker is. So always enjoy working with you. Thank you.
Same there. And I want to thank Mike Moses at Virgin and Jane there as well for going an extra mile of digging in. And I know, again, everybody's been really busy, and a lot of this came a little bit down to the wire, which is my first choice. And thank you, Charity and Karina, for making sure things moved along there. Are there any other comments, concerns, or additions from anybody before we consider voting on the recommendation?
Just a quick note from me as a member of the safety working group, just to thank the chairs who I know have been involved in quite a heavy lift here. So thank you for all of your help moving this along.
Thank you. And it's great to see the exciting things that you're doing with Axiom as now.
I echo what Marilyn said as well. And Robbie, you and ULA certainly added some resources to help with all the documents, which that part's not easy. So thank you.
We have a team, Mike.
Okay, anyone else? Well, without any further comment, then Charity, I guess we can conduct a vote on the recommendation.
Yeah, I'd recommend we put the page with the recommendations up and
yes,
have
please.
a formal
Get that again.
vote. Yeah.
And Greg, if it's safe to assume that you're making the motion for the recommendation you're presenting, if we could get a second, and then I'll do a roll call on the vote.
I make the
Okay.
motion. Somebody volunteered a second.
This is Dale Ketchum. I'll second.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Do we want to display it first, or I'll
Yes,
go
please.
ahead? Yeah.
Let's give everybody a minute or two to look at it.
Okay.
Who's running the slides? So I won't read this again, but let's give everybody 2 minutes to digest it.
And also noting the change that Mike suggested for the term certification.
Right.
Okay, if we're ready, I can start to do the roll call here. So we've got a motion from Greg Autry, a second from Dale Ketchum, and I will call on everyone again alphabetically by last name. Jim Armour,
I vote aye.
Bill Beckman,
Yes.
Ed Bolton,
Aye.
Shanna Dale,
Aye.
Paul Dampus,
Aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar,
Aye.
Mike French,
Aye.
Chris Hassler. Chris?
Aye.
Thank you. Let's see, Kate Cromiller,
Aye.
Steve Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike Moses,
Aye.
Clay Mowry,
Aye.
Dale Nash,
Aye.
Sharon Pinkerton.
Aye.
Thank you, Sharon. Lee Rosen,
Aye.
Robbie Sabatier,
Aye.
Eric Stallmer,
Aye.
Ann Zakolsky,
Aye.
and Vice Chair votes aye. How does the chair vote?
I vote aye.
Great, passes unanimously.
And just want to send my thanks to Robbie and Greg and the entire safety working group for the great work here. Thank you.
Can I make one more comment, Charity?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I'd just like to point out that, this is a diverse and exciting new industry. There's a lot of stress going on and a lot of cooperation and a lot of competition, but I'm honored to be a part of it. And I think this really represents a really impressive act of coming together to recognize that we all want to have a effective, profitable, and safe commercial space flight industry, and one that America will take the lead in to establish an environment in which American companies are globally competitive and provide an incredible new service to the public of the world. So thank you all of you that are out there doing this work daily, not just the people that are here on the COMSTAC, but the people in the trenches that are building these systems, designing these systems, flying and improving them. That's all I have.
So I think next up, we are going to take a break until noon. And after noon, we will start with the regulatory working group. Is that correct, Jim?
Yes, and I do want to remind people who are watching and participating via YouTube that this afternoon, it will be a different link. So there was one link for this morning. There'll be a different link for this afternoon. So please select the second link for the afternoon session of COMSTAC. And also there is a link there for questions. You can type in the questions. We have a few, and I'll bring a couple of those as we get to those topics within COMSTAC. So please go ahead, if you're out there in the public, please feel free to type in questions and we will get to them as we get to those topics. Thank you. So we are adjourned until noon. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. And we will start the afternoon session of COMSTAC. Charity, over to you.
Thank you, Jim. I hope everyone got the chance to get some lunch, refresh, and get ready for the afternoon session here. First up, we have the Regulatory Working Group, which is led by Shanna Dale and Clay Morey. And I will hand it over to you, Shanna, and look to the slides to be brought up. Thank you.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and get started as the slides are coming up. I'm going to just briefly introduce the first task, which was part 440, brilliant white paper developed by Ann Ziolkowski and Jared Stout, as per usual. Obviously, very complex financial issues that we're dealing with in 440. As I mentioned earlier today, we got some really great input, including demystifying and documenting the current NPL process, as well as other really good recommendations. So I'm going to turn it over to Ann because she led this effort, and she can go into some of the draft recommendations that were made. But I would also encourage those who sent in some comments, let's go ahead and have that discussion here, because I think those were really solid recommendations. I also feel like it may trigger thought process for others in regards to elements that we need to be thinking of. So I'm going to turn it over to Ann first, and then we're going to turn over to Clay Morey, my co-chair, to discuss task 2 and introduce Mike French. With that, I would like to turn it over to Ann Ziolkowski. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanna. I appreciate that. So as Shanna mentioned, we're just on the kind of the front end of this and have gotten some good inputs, but I think there's a lot of ground we can cover between now and the next meeting in the spring. So just a little bit of background. So in light of the continued growth and the evolution of the commercial space industry, and we've certainly heard a lot about all of that so far today, the FAA has asked for COMSTAC's help in providing recommendations to improve the maximum probable loss threshold, currently set at 1 in 10 million for third parties and 1 in 100,000 for government property. The FAA also asked COMSTAC to provide recommendations on improving the cost of a casualty calculation for input into the MPL. Just by way of background again, that the US government shares liability risk with industry for losses from damages to third parties or federal property. The FAA determines the MPL thresholds, but those were originally established about 25 years ago. No doubt we can all agree that much has changed in the ensuing 25 years in the commercial space industry. And there has also been considerable debate over the years about the 1 in 10 million threshold, and in particular, if that's the right balance of risk between the launch providers and the federal government, or if it should be some other threshold. Additionally, the FAA has also been advised by GAO to update its cost of casualty estimates. So with that as a lead-in, COMSTAC's on the front end of developing recommendations for both improving the MPL and improving the cost of a casualty calculation for input into the MPL. Again, we'll be collecting detail. As Shanna has mentioned, we've already gotten some of those inputs, but the possible recommendations could include an external analysis of the appropriateness of the 1 in 10 million threshold and potentially a future formal rulemaking on MPL thresholds. The cost of a casualty is even more difficult, and COMSTAC's inputs might center more around factors that the FAA must include in determining such a cost and provide potential alternative formulations for developing MPL risk criteria associated with injury or death. So that's just a quick update on what we've been working on, the draft we put together and the work to come, and look forward to more dialogue as we move towards the next meeting. And with that, I'll open it up or turn things back to Shanna.
And just wanted to say quickly, if anybody wants to get into some of the recommendations, like Steve, for example, you had great input. And if not, we can move on, but let us know if you want to make a few comments.
Yeah, Shanna, this is Steve. I can make a couple of comments. The inputs that we provided on this one really had to do with how the MPL calculation is done. As you know, we're kind of in the middle of this right now because we're getting ready to fly Dream Chaser next year, in the next year. And so it's an important, how you do it is important to us. We struggle right now to understand exactly how it's done because we don't have insight into how the calculation is performed. And what we really like to have is our own in-house capabilities so that before we go into licensing, we know that things are looking good with our trajectory choices and things like that. And so that's most of my comments really surrounded how the MPL is calculated and also the assumptions behind that. And then finally, having independent analysis of that or independent capabilities from multiple companies, not just one tool. So I won't go through any in further detail now, but those are the main things that we provided as input.
And Steve, I just want to say, I thought that was really solid input. And I think you probably are speaking for a lot of firms that are out there. So we appreciate that. And we want to continue the discussion.
Yeah, sure. Happy to do it. And I'm sure, anybody that's in the heat of actually getting ready to do this like we are, would probably have the similar concerns to us, I'm sure.
Yeah, Shanna, I echo his comments as well. I think that those were appropriate.
And same here for me. As we've gone through this too, and having better transparency there would be super helpful.
With that, I think we're going to, unless there are any other comments, I think we're going to move over to Clay now and some of his discussion of his item, and then also task 2. Thanks, Clay. And thanks, Ann.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I was just going to say thank you, Ann and Jared, for all the work that they've put in on that so far. And we've obviously got a little bit ways to go. It's fairly complex, but we want to make sure we get it right and get more input. Task 2 is representation on the aerospace rulemaking committees. So trying to figure out, then there's 2 areas to that: the human spaceflight regulatory reform and the launch and reentry financial responsibility and insurance reform. So I'd like to thank Mike French for taking on this task and trying to put together a draft set of folks for these 2 segments: the human spaceflight regulatory reform and the launch and reentry financial responsibility. So we have lists. We're soliciting other folks to join this. But Mike's done a nice job putting together a broad list of, particularly from the companies and the stakeholders that are involved in, I think, human spaceflight work right now, with either on the capsule side, launch side, or other, and both suborbital and orbital, and then on the launch and reentry as well. Also including companies that are involved from the insurance side. So we're trying to get representation from the broker and underwriter community to make sure they're involved as well. So we've got that list right now. If there are others that are interested in joining on there, and is Mike, if you're on the call, I don't know if you wanted to make any comment there as well. So just go, then I'll go straight to the recommendation. The charts lay out the discussion so far, and we have an initial list. Mike says he can't speak, no comment from him. So we have this initial list that's on there. here we go. Yeah, you can see the organizations that are represented. And we're absolutely happy to add others on there as if there are participants on this call that want to be involved. We're happy to include.
And there's also a second page if we,
Exactly.
thank you.
So that's the initial list of recommended organizations. And so if there's further recommendations there, please let us know. I think that's all there on that point. And then I think there was also, Shanna, we were talking about a little bit of a discussion of the alternatives to insurance.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things at work here, I think, outside of the traditional aspects of procuring insurance from the the broker and underwriter community that exists at large, that has served the industry quite well over the past decades. A couple of those things that we've been investigating. One is the creation of captive insurance arms. So there have been companies in the launch business that have looked to create captive insurance companies to provide insurance for missions. The other is one where you have alternatives where you can do a parent guarantee. And so, in fact, if you look at my company, Blue Origin, and our licensing right now, we're offering for our new Shepherd launches a parent guarantee, which is a set aside of funds when we fly that would cover if there was in the event of a mishap. So those things exist right now. We want to have a further discussion about other alternatives that could be out there.
Mr. Murray, I just need the pin for the upgrade.
Sorry.
The last upgrade.
Sorry. And so happy to engage as well on that. If there are other folks that want to join that discussion within those two areas, but those are the two things we've identified as a group. And we also understand that I think for a lot of the companies, particularly the newer entrants into this segment of the market, that those two things might not be possible, right? They are for more or less experienced companies that are well capitalized and have the ability to do that. Those two options may not be, and we don't think would be the only options that are out there right now, but they are ones that actually are up and operating and functional right now with respect to alternatives for individual operator insurance. So Shannon, don't know if there's anything more to discuss on that topic, but I invite the COMSTAC for comment.
So Clay, it's Mike Moses, just the voice of support for that, right? I think a good summary and good attack, and I like what you said too. You get a little different perspective having gone through it, and you can easily see where you could have really found some better ways through it the next time. So I think you're right on track with these recommendations.
Thanks, Mike. Okay.
So, Clay, do you want to do the motion?
Sure. So I think motion on this representation is to propose the list we have now and ask for further if people want to join the list for these ARCs. Happy to take that on.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Shanna. We'll do a roll call vote. I think for the FAA folks that are controlling the presentation, there may be some COMSTAC members that are unable to unmute themselves. So if I call on folks and they're unable to respond, please put something in the chat just so we can capture your vote. And then as I'm recording votes, if Charity or someone wouldn't mind just letting me know if someone typed something in the chat, that way I'm not waiting too long and wasting everyone's time, that would be really helpful. All right, so we've got a motion and a second. Jim Armour, how do you vote?
This has been good work. I vote aye.
Great, thank you. Greg Autry?
Aye.
Bill Beckman?
Aye.
Ed Bolton?
Ed concurs.
Great, thank you. Shanna was the second. Paul Dampus?
Aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar?
Aye.
Mike French?
Mike votes aye.
Thank you. Chris Hassler. Nothing from Chris. Okay, we'll come back to Chris. Dale Ketchum.
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller.
Aye.
Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Moses. I didn't hear Mike. Mike, did you respond? Great, thank you. Clay made the motion. Dale Nash.
Aye.
Sharon Pinkerton.
Chris Hassler's back, by the way.
Thank you. How do you vote, Chris?
Aye.
Thank you. I'll come back to Sharon. Lee Rosen.
That's aye for Lee.
Thank you. Robbie Sabatier.
Aye.
Eric Stallmer.
Aye, great work on this.
Thank you. Ann Tukolsky.
Aye.
And I vote aye. How does the chair vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. So I think we might be missing Sharon Pinkerton unless someone captured her vote from the chat. Okay. Great. Motion passes.
And just one quick point, Jim Armour noted we had a misspelling on one of the charts, and we will get that updated. Minor, but we need to get that spelling correct. Thank you.
My thanks to the Regulatory Working Group for the great conversation, discussion, and the recommendations for the ARC, and especially you, Shanna and Clay, and Anne and everyone else who participated. I'd like to propose we move straight forward to the the Infrastructure and Innovation Working Group, rather than take a 15-minute break, if everyone's okay with that. And hearing no objections, let's move forward to Paul and Lee. Over to you.
Great, thank you, Charity. And I think we've got everybody back on from attendee to panelists. If we can go ahead and pull up the charts. We had 3 tasks this time around, and tremendous amount of work on behalf of the members of the I&I working group. Thanks to Dale Nash, Dale Ketchum, Sharon Pinkerton, Ed Bolton, and co-chair Lee Rosen. So we were tasked with looking at 3 things, as I said. The first being a continuation of some of the work that we've been doing over several COMSTACs on spaceport grants. The second being electronic licensing. And then the third is really an outgrowth of the work that we've done in the last year or so on ranges, specifically now focused on the Eastern and Western range. So moving into the first task, we were asked to propose in detail a spaceport grant funding mechanism, to review past and current infrastructure grant funding mechanisms, and to propose improvements and best practices that will work for our industry. Dale Nash has been leading this for a number of cycles, both in this COMSTAC and a previous COMSTAC. So this is really getting down into the weeds now of what we're recommending for the spaceport grant mechanism. So with that, I will toss it over to Dale Nash as our grant lead for this task. Dale, over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Let's see, can we get the next chart? Okay. Observations, this should not be a surprise to anyone, but spaceport development is not playing out in a vacuum. You see many countries around the world getting into developing spaceports. The U.S. space launch superiority is in danger of eroding as we see this increased investment from our strategic competitors and allies as well. You see the UK and several others looking to get in the space launch business as well. It's our strategic competitors are certainly increasingly capable of competing directly with us And we feel now is the time to consider and implement a new U.S. investments at FAA regulated spaceports. Like Paul talked, this has gone on for a long time. We need to get this done. There are investments that are going forward by several states and localities, and we don't want to be playing catch up in event of a potential conflict. Next slide. The working group agrees that the spaceport grant program is warranted in support of the national launch infrastructure and supported by the ecosystem of the U.S. spaceports. The feedback from the group and the public is that, excuse me. Feedback is from the group and the public is that the Innovation and Integration Working Group is clear on its position that spaceports should not access the airport's improvement program funding that had been raised as a concern before. It was not intended when we talked about this, and we want to make sure that that is very clear. Also, the spaceport improvement program, if it were to mirror the AIP program, would not have sufficient funds for many years, similar to the AIP when it started out. So we are not proposing that this is funded by fees from spaceports. It needs to get in place now and support the investments that are being made and help build our critical infrastructure. Next slide. Our recommendations, and we have several pages here. So rather than repeat these, if you'll follow along with me, I'll make a motion at the end, but the Department of Transportation should implement a spaceport grant mechanism for the 21st century. Such a program would include the following elements. First, provisions for modest grant awards in the $1 to $10 million range for capital improvements and sustaining costs associated with space launch and reentry infrastructure necessary for access, including utilities, roads, power, etc., at U.S. FAA regulated launch and reentry sites. Second, incentives for cost sharing from state and local government, including investments from private companies, should be matched by providing additional matching funds up to a limit that can be set by the amount of funding that comes through, but somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million we view as an upper limit on that. And we defer to Department of Transportation on the correct match. Believe that we would hope they would keep it in line with other DOT programs. And most DOT programs are an 80-20 split, 80% federal, 20% matched by the state and local governments. Next chart. DOT should implement a spaceport grant mechanism, again, for the 21st century. Number 3, include an award component based on activity level at the grantee site. Tiered approach or recognition of operational sites versus less mature sites in their development and contributions to the national infrastructure and non-federal funding contributions. And there have been some significant non-federal funding contributions. Support of the government launch should provide a framework to ensure money is used productively. And we recommend that the grant qualifications include signed launch or reentry contracts, whether it's commercial or government, as part of the criteria. Next slide. Fourth, we feel like a minimum of $50 million should be provided in the first year with top line growth. After that is appropriate to allow for meaningful awards to grantees. This number is justified based on the costs associated with building and sustaining space launch infrastructure. The working group notes that building out such an infrastructure with an eye towards use by multiple users can add significant costs to each shared item, particularly launch pads or supporting infrastructure, fuel farms, commodities, utilities. However, we're not saying that multi-use pads are the criteria at this time. They should not be excluded, but they should not be the hurdle to jump over either for the grants. And funding for these grants shall not be derived from user fees like AIP, certainly not at this time. And no spaceport should charge a separate fee for the infrastructure funded via these grants. Again, it took 40 years before airports got to a self-funded level. However, we're not saying that this precludes spaceports from charging the launch fee. That's how they get income in this, as they get customers. Next slide. Finally, on recommendations, DOT should implement the spaceport grant program and run it through the FAA due to its vast experience administering similar programs across other transportation modalities. DOT should implement best practices from other large grant programs it runs for similar forms of costly infrastructure, such as the interstate highway programs, airport and seaport improvement programs, again, excluding funding derived via user fees. By utilizing the system and methodologies from other transportation domains, the spaceport grant program could be up and running very quickly and experience very minor growing pains. And administering such a program at DOT would have the additional benefit of contributing to the normalization of space transportation as a mode of transportation in the US, just like every other form of transportation that has matching grants set up now. So I would make a motion that we approve the recommendations here.
This is Dale Ketchum, second.
I think we have a question here. Mike French, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about the $50 million in funding here. Are we recommending where we're seeking that funding? What account is, and is this new money, or is this money taken from a big part of an existing program? Thank you.
Discretionary funding, new money.
And new money where I assume it is not in a, I mean, given the levels here, I mean, AST itself is at a $30 million around level for all its activity. I assume we are saying is this not asking for 50 million for AST for this purpose, or is there a specific account we're asking that where this should go?
We're asking it under the purview of Department of Transportation funding. If we get too specific, Mike, we're trying to write the law. What we are doing is recommending that the grant program be put in place.
Sure. I'm just as we look at the various things that we're interested in AST doing, or we know what we need to do over the next few years. Resources are a big part of that, and so it's helpful to understand whether we're making any recommendation as to whether this is the next dollar we'd like to see go into AST's budget, or if we're specifically not talking about AST's budget here. I think that's just that's sort of where I'm getting at.
We have not recommended where it comes from.
Yeah, Mike, I can offer just a quick clarification. So when this tasker was assigned, when we started going through the content of the tasker, AST specifically asked us not to provide recommendations on where the funds could come from, but rather just to focus on what a grant program ought to look like if one were established. So that helps to clarify a little bit.
Looks like Chris Hassler has a question. Chris, you have your hand up. Chris, if you're asking a question, you're on mute.
So this idea that you can use the space bar doesn't want to work so well. Hey, real quickly, Katrina may have answered my question. I wanted to know if there had been any discussion with the legislation that is going through the House right now on infrastructure improvements. Has this already been made a topic of discussion on the Hill, or is that something that is yet to occur?
I believe individuals have some spaceports, but not as COMSTAC as a whole.
So is there any provision for this in the current legislation that's being proposed on the Hill?
There may be, but I am not aware of it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, discussions on this topic? I think we had a motion to vote on this topic, and I heard a second as well.
Paul, I'd like to see if there's one more comment here. I know Sharon was interested in this topic and she is not a panelist right now. And I want to see her if she has a question and if we can get her promoted to panelist.
I still see her on the attendee list, so she needs to get moved over. And Chris, if you could just put your hand down as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I was really just trying to make sure that I was part of the panel so that I could support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Any other discussion on that, Sharon? Otherwise, we'll move to a vote on this topic.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Then I recommend we move to a vote. We have a motion and a second.
Okay, fantastic. Let's see, Jim Armour.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Greg Autry.
I vote aye, hoping somebody finds funding.
Bill Beckman.
Good point.
Bill Beckman. Okay, I've lost Bill. Ed Bolton.
Aye.
Shanna Dale.
Aye.
Paul, were you the second?
No, I was not, but I vote aye.
Okay. I didn't capture the second, so I apologize for that.
I think that might have been Dale Ketchum.
Got it. Marilyn Dittmar.
Aye.
Mike French.
Aye.
Thank you. Chris Hassler.
Aye.
Thank you. Dale Ketchum, can you just confirm you were the second or let me know your
I
vote?
was. I was.
Thanks. Kate Cronmiller.
Aye.
Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Moses.
I vote aye.
Clay Mowry.
Aye.
And Dale was the motion. Sharon Pinkerton.
Aye.
Lee Rosen.
Aye.
Robbie Sabatier.
Aye.
Eric Stallmer.
Aye.
Ann Zakolski.
Aye.
And I vote aye. How does the chair vote?
I vote aye.
So I did not capture Bill Beckman. I don't know if he.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there we go.
Aye.
Thank you, Bill. Fantastic. Motion passes. And Paul, feel free to move on to your next topic.
Absolutely, and thanks once again to Dale Nash for continuing this work on spaceport grants. And so we'll try to let you get into that full retirement, not a quasi-retirement after this. So keeping on our Dale theme, moving on to our separate task that was led by Dale Ketchum. And this was for us to look at how a fully electronic licensing application submission process might work at AST and recommend the best practices and industry preferences. We were really delighted to see the work that Michelle Murray and her team have been doing on what they're calling LEAP, that's Licensed Electronic Application Portal. So when we sat down with Michelle and her team, it was really kind of a bit of a running start, to look at the work that they'd already done and help work through some of the working around the edges of what they're already doing. So I think that they're off to a great start, but I will kick it over to Dale Ketchum to go into detail about our findings on this task. So Dale, over to you.
Very good. Thank you, Paul. This particular task actually proved to be quite easy. There wasn't a lot of controversy. The simple question is, do we want to come up with a better system, taking advantage of new technologies and capabilities to do the licensing? And everybody pretty much agreed, yeah, that's a good idea. Kudos again, as Paul mentioned, to the work the AST had already begun in terms of setting requirements for what this would look like. We also had the opportunity to touch base with the FCC, who has some background in providing better digitization, for lack of a better characterization, of licensing for their spectrum. And we learned a lot from them. I think we also solicited the information. Let's go to the next slide, just so we can run through the slides. This shouldn't take long. We also floated this out for additional input through other organizations like CSF and GSA and others. And I think for the most part, we've been real happy with the responses we've got, because they basically were, it was evidence that it was reinforcing the work that AST had already begun, and which I think was encouraging that they're on the right track. Next slide, please. It was clear that the existing system, it's kind of antiquated. It's just, a lot of human activity using email and documents through email, which is not the most efficient manner. I think the desire was to put in place by improving the system, making it more electronic, we can provide better milestones and metrics, which I think is a really important thing, because that will give us the opportunity to hold accountable both the government and industry more readily and transparently in the process that's already almost by definition slow and methodical. I think everybody recognizes it's going to be impossible to get the federal government to do anything that isn't slow and methodical, but there is efficiencies that can be introduced into the system. And I think this is a positive step that everybody was excited about. I think one of the common themes was, and additionally it was reinforced both by AST and FCC, that try to stay away from using custom software for just this system, and more appropriately, as is evidence in the commercial space business and the government's utilization of it, go to the marketplace and see what commercial activities and capabilities are out there and tap into them, because that's obviously a better way to do business. Next, please. Again, one of the common themes was a desire to make sure we put in place and be distinctly attentive to all of the marketplace's requirements that would be utilized here, which would be everything from national security payloads and the classification requirements there, in addition to proprietary and intellectual property, and also ITAR implications, because it is a global marketplace, which is going to demand a secure web server system. Again, no surprise, but that was a common theme. But I think if we do it right, and hopefully understanding that's not an easy to accomplish, but it's a simple goal, and that would enhance the security. And I think additionally, part of the process, and again, it's sort of an aspirational goal, is how do we figure out a mechanism within this process that will better enable the process to identify a complete enough to move to the next step. So you're not being held up because of a nit on one process that's not enabling you to go to the next step, when that's obviously something you could go back to. Again, those are challenging. It sounds simple, but doing so within a federal or any government or large enterprise activity, that's going to be a challenge. But I think that's an aspirational goal we'd like to go in and highlight. Next, please. But again, the recommendation is yay, verily, go forth. Continue the activity, continue to solicit input, and get about the business of designing this. And with the understanding that this is not something that's going to be all of a sudden they're going to roll out a great system, but let's take, it should be an iterative process, and let's look for simple things that we can license using this process, execute it, and learn from it as a small victories as we build forward. It was encouraging to see the number of companies that were more than happy to volunteer to be part of a pilot project to help roll this out. But I think it's also evident and that AST is going to need to, the recommendation was that have people specifically dedicated to this task that can be responsible for it. So you're not, which would significantly increase the likelihood of success and expediency. And I think the highest aspirational goal is that we move towards a system more like aviation, where you don't go through an elaborate licensing process for every flight, but the process is mature and reliable and safe enough so that we can get towards a position where you just file and fly a flight plan. And again, that's an aspirational goal, but we'd like to have our reach exceed our grasp, at least at this point. And I think that's it for me.
Great. Thanks for your work on this, Dale. And we'll open it up for discussion. And we do have at least one question from the website. So I'll open it up to the COMSTAC for questions or discussion.
If you need me to move, make a motion and then seek a second, then we'll go into discussion. That's fine. I'll move.
Second.
Okay, let me just cover the question that came in over the website, and I'll just read this verbatim. Would COMSTAC recommend the transition from mail to license portal? And if a 450 license was started prior to the rollout of the portal, should it continue through email, or should it be ported into the electronic system?
I don't want to feel as though I'm qualified to answer that question absolutely, but I would think since we don't have the system yet, if you've already started, you need to continue on the path you're on. Subject to being overruled by AST, that would certainly be what I would think.
You know, I do recall one thing that came up in the exchange that we had with Michelle and her team is that the electronic system that's envisioned would not be exclusive, that there would still be the ability to do things more in a traditional fashion, maybe over email, in addition to a new electronic system. So I think the answer to that is that it could continue if that's what the desires are that way, and then it could be ported over as the system comes up online. Okay, any other discussion from the COMSTAC before we move to a vote? Okay, hearing none, I think we're ready to vote on this one.
Great, we've got a motion and a second. Jim Armour, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Greg
Nice work,
Autry?
Bill.
Thanks.
Aye.
Bill Beckman?
Aye.
Ed Bolton?
Aye.
Shanna Dale?
Aye.
Paul Dampus?
Vote aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar?
Aye.
Mike French?
Aye.
Chris Hassler?
Aye.
Dale Ketchum made the motion. Kate Cronmiller?
Aye.
Steve Lindsay?
Aye.
Mike Moses had the second. Clay Morey?
Aye.
Dale Nash?
Aye.
Sharon Pinkerton? Someone could let me know if Sharon responds in the chat. That'd be great. Lee Rosen?
Aye.
Robbie Spatier?
Aye.
Eric Stallmer?
Aye.
Ann Zakowski?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. How does the chair vote?
I think a 21st century launch industry needs a 21st century licensing system, so I vote aye.
Excellent. So I have not captured Sharon Pinkerton. So I'll keep checking the chat, Sharon, otherwise the motion passes. Easily.
Okay.
And Paul, go ahead to your next item.
Outstanding. So I was remiss in mentioning up front that for these first two tasks, they are accompanied by white papers that will be posted on the COMSTAC website. We do have one saved round going back to Dale Nash. We'll pull you out of retirement again, but there was a question that came in from the website, and I will read that to you, Dale, if you want to take it just really quickly. And again, I'll read it verbatim. Regarding spaceport grants, would all these rewards, and I think they mean grants, would be for post-land acquisition development? Would there be any grant rewards for municipal or private organizations to acquire the land for spaceport development? That was a question from the website, Dale, if you'd like to tackle that one.
That's probably a little in the weeds. I'm not sure how the highways and the seaports and airports handle land acquisition, but I would assume that DOT would set up a grant system very similar to what they had. So someone who may be more knowledgeable about that for land acquisition may be able to weigh in, but what we're asking is it mirrors very closely the grant systems that they use for other transportation modalities.
Great. Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it. Okay, if we can move on to the next slide. So our final task dealt with the eastern and western ranges, and as the COMSTAC knows, this has been an evolving task over the last year plus for us, really spurred on by a number of activities to sort of converge on a national spaceport strategy or some type of an activity there. So in the springtime, we were given this task, more narrowly focused on, again, on the eastern and western ranges. So there were a number of elements of things that we were asked to do. So this is going to be a little bit more in depth for this topic, but there were 5 things that we were asked to do. We were asked to familiarize ourselves with the evolving challenges at Cape Canaveral Spaceport Station and Vandenberg Space Force Base by reading the applicable reference documents, which we'll go into just a little bit, including the National Spaceport Development Corporation white paper. We were asked to compose a broad list of commercial space transportation industry stakeholders that would include discussion involving governance changes resulting in a new spaceport strategy and address these challenges. Next slide, please. The third element was to broadly define the categories of spaceport facilities and services currently provided by DoD to commercial operators at the eastern and western range. Fourth item was to compile a list of general challenges for the broader commercial space transportation industry, as well as for U.S. national security. And then the fifth element was to consult our members and collect their feedback on how any of these governance changes at these sites would positively or negatively affect their operations. I think this really has been a whole of COMSTAC effort, and I think we answered all 5 of these things, through consultation with subject matter experts and through the COMSTAC membership. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background to tee this up. We did have some internal discussions about the tasking itself and whether it was apropos to the COMSTAC and AST charter, that being, the regulatory role and the facilitate, encourage, and promote role. And Jim Hatt was kind enough to dig into some of the language and pulled up some of the language that yes, said that this is apropos, that we should be looking at this, that the Secretary of Transportation should oversee and coordinate commercial launch and reentry operations to include elements of national security, foreign policy, interests of the United States, facilitate the strengthening and expansion of the U.S. space transportation infrastructure with government, state, private sector, involvement to support the full range of U.S. space-related activities. Continuing on there to the next slide, again, staying with Title 51 language, that stated that AST was to establish an Office of Spaceports, and part of that role was to strengthen the nation's competitiveness in commercial space transportation infrastructure and increase the resilience of the federal government and commercial customers. Next slide, please. Further on to this background, the 2020 NDAA specifically tasked the Department of Defense, the Secretary of Defense, to work with the Administrator of FAA to carry out programs to enhance infrastructure and improve support activities, specifically for DoD small class and medium class payloads. And under the program, look at improvements to operations at launch ranges and FAA licensed spaceport that are consistent with necessary to permit the use of such launch ranges and spaceports by the department. So you can see there's a lot of synergies here between FAA and DoD. So that's a little bit of a preamble into the task itself. Next slide, please. So continuing on to the background of within the task itself, DoD continues to meet its national security space launch mission of assured access through Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at Vandenberg Space Force Base. But DoD is limited in its ability to improve infrastructure and to streamline the operations to meet the growing commercial demand at these locations. It was clear that DoD recognizes the importance of maintaining and enhancing the infrastructure and the ranges that it's needed to support not only national security space, but civil space, commercial space missions as well. And obviously the launch cadence is increasing, particularly on the Eastern Range. Next slide, please. So DoD is tasked to provide excess capacity at these locations for commercial launches, which are licensed, of course, by AST. But now when this decision was made several years ago, DoD had the lion's share of the launches, and there was the occasional commercial launch that were supported on the ranges. It can be argued that that calculus is now inverted, that the vast majority of launches on the, particularly on the Eastern Range, are commercial launches. DoD also is now a consumer of that commercial launch, and they know that it's in their interest to address, to advance commercial space transportation, and they are willing to address their role as a launch site operator. DoD envisions contracting launch and insertion of spacecraft into orbit by commercial vendors, while not necessarily maintaining the launch site infrastructure that they only use occasionally. DoD postulated that it is in their best interest of the national security that their appropriated funds for infrastructure be used more appropriately for strictly military operations. Next slide, please. So in all of this effort, one possible means of achieving this mission transformation came in the form of a paper that came out in August of last year for the U.S. Space Force that proposed a national spaceport development corporation governance model for both the Cape and Vandenberg. So next slide, please. So moving into the discussion, again, digging into what we did for this task, it was fairly exhaustive with a great amount of effort on behalf of the I&I working group, but on the COMSTAC as a whole, really. This really was a whole of COMSTAC. We engaged several subject matter experts, chief of which was General Raymond, Chief of Space Operations. The General gave us a full hour. His staff was hugely supportive of that, and he was very transparent in a lot of his very high-level strategic thinking. The General also made available to us on separate occasions Major General Burt, who's the Vice Commander of Space Operations Command, Brigadier General Purdy, who's the Commander of Space Launch Delta 45 down at the Cape. We also met with Bob Cabana while he was the director of Kennedy Space Center. Now he's moved up to NASA headquarters. We separately met with Janet Patra after she took over down at the Cape. We spent some time last year speaking with Mr. Richard Lamb, who's a systems director at the Aerospace Corporation, who has been intimately involved in this on behalf of not only aerospace, but U.S. Space Force. And then we spent time with the Spaceport Committee through CSF, and of course, several conversations, in-depth conversations and feedback from COMSTAC members and other companies. Next slide, please. We also did a literature, staying on the theme of the SMEs, we challenged them with several questions. For the operators, we asked what their current challenges are operating on the Eastern and Western ranges. If there was a status quo to spaceflight operations and governance, how would they be affected? We also asked them what are some of the issues that they see if a transfer of oversight of some of the logistical and administrative functions at the ranges went from DoD to some non-DoD entity. And then finally, we asked what are some of the challenges that changes to governance at these sites pose for the broader space transportation industry. And we got lots of input. Next slide. So moving into the relevant documentation, really at a top level, February of 2022, Space Force published its future 2028 strategic intent document. And that said, evolve the Eastern and Western range capabilities for multiple users simultaneously, deliver equitable access to resources while improving upon the system services and infrastructure, transform the range business model to accommodate industry while preserving capabilities, and then evolve and integrate ranges into national space transportation and commerce systems. So with this document, you see the strategic intent on behalf of the Space Force to really provide this transformative environment, taking into account a lot of the new commercial activity. Next slide, please. We also reviewed from the Global Space Alliance, led by Dr. George Neal, the National Spaceport Network Development Plan. The white paper, which I mentioned in the preamble, was a national spaceport strategy prepared for the CSO in August of 2020. That paper pointed out a lack of funding for infrastructure maintenance, range upgrades and expansion, competition for resources with an increased launch cadence, and statutory language limiting DoD's ability to accept outside funds for infrastructure. This paper also recommended that National Space Development Corporation. We also got a really in-depth briefing, as I said, from Bob Cabana and their vision for KSC as a multi-use spaceport, a document that outlined that. Next slide, please. So overarching observations and challenges. So I will say that we took all of the comments that we got from NASA and all of the comments that we received from US Space Force, and we aggregated those into a separate set of slides just for reasons of brevity here. We pulled those slides out and those will be put on the website separately. But again, that's an aggregate of the observations that they provided to us in the course of our document reviews and our SME discussions. So obviously launch is critical to the US, and we recognize that there is a diversity of options needed. These are complex issues. There's multiple stakeholders affecting governance and economics. And while at a very high level, everybody is rowing in the same direction, there are some differences of opinion on how some of the things move forward and how things are executed. Pace of launch, obviously, we've seen it this year and previous years that launch is picking up, and collaboration and urgency is needed. It's desperately needed to continue moving forward. But what we've seen, and again, these observations are on behalf of the commercial industry, the COMSTAC and the commercial sector. And what we've seen in our analysis is that the current approach really doesn't address the larger issue of a lack of a national spaceport strategy. But the things that are out there, that document review, the SME interviews that we've done, really shows that there's not one solution for the national space launch enterprise that's really ready to proceed at this time. So really the overarching piece of this is, absent those agreements and solutions, we could see some deterioration in the capabilities on the Eastern and Western range. That could increase risk, could decrease competitiveness, and potentially create issues with safety. Next slide, please. So just a few elements of the overarching observations, finance and costs. One thing that came out in these discussions was the idea of passing on indirect costs to some of the users. Some of the comments that we got were that those indirect costs could cause prices to go up significantly, and that could have an impact on competitiveness. Because without equitable and appropriate cost sharing, some of those changes could prove unfair to some of the providers, some of the frequent users, who may be disincentivized if they have to pick up the majority of the cost for the benefit of some who may be their direct competitors. Some of those providers who are looking at, do we still work with government services, or we could go off and do it ourselves? They're making those trades for range services. They could opt to go elsewhere and make the funding pool actually smaller. So in some ways, it could have the reverse effect of the intent. Those launch providers have choices. If the government ranges are not efficient or they're not inexpensive, those providers could go elsewhere and build their own facilities. Next slide, please. Right now, the buy the drink model works for services so long as the prices are kept under control. There's really a strong sentiment that federal funds should be used for federal infrastructure, and that we need to avoid things like tasking DoD personnel for some expensive and unnecessary tasks, like things like setting up roadblocks and simple logistics. That gets expensive when the launch provider has to pay the government for those fairly straightforward activities. Next slide, please. With regard to shared infrastructure, and there's a couple of points that you'll see that cross over from some of our previous tasks to this task. The idea of a multi-user pad and infrastructure right now is currently not compatible with most commercial launch solutions. There's too many different engines, propellant types, support structures, plumbing, hold downs. All of those things are generally fairly bespoke to a specific launch provider's architectures. So meeting the plug and play design on a shared use pad would likely sub-optimize that system unless the operator is already using the clean pad, clean slab of concrete design. So with the high launch cadence and risks imposed by multiple users, it also makes shared use of the pad not practical. You know, if you're using a pad and your competitor has a mishap on that pad and it takes the pad out, that's going to affect your competitiveness as well. One other point about specifically down at the Cape, the relationship between DoD, Kennedy, and Space Florida is sometimes confusing, is difficult for some of the folks who work down there. Sometimes the companies don't know with whom they're actually negotiating. So that was another theme that came out of this. The next slide, please. Other spaceports. So we are, again, this task got narrowly focused on the eastern and western ranges, but there are 12 FAA licensed spaceports, and many of them are not on the eastern and western range. The majority of them are not. And some of them are, many of them are inland. So really the takeaway from this one was that they're concerned that if there is a national spaceport activity, but it's only focused on the eastern and western range, they may be kind of disadvantaged, and they may be left on their own to have to get local and state funding as opposed to federal funding. That was a concern that was expressed through some of the spaceport operators. Next slide, please. Pretty straightforward on the legislation. The law could simply be changed to allow the government to fund infrastructure that could be used for commercial as well as other national security and civil space purposes. Next slide. Some additional challenges. I think there was just this one that we put under additional challenges, and that has to do with polar launch. You know, we've now enabled polar launch out of the Cape. It's an enabling capability. It's flexible, but it's difficult in the perspective of seasonal weather patterns. We have one of our members that had a payload sit on the pad for a number of weeks, waiting for a very narrow weather window to be able to launch into that polar orbit. So a reassessment of those requirements and assumptions could take place to make polar launches a little bit more practical. Next slide. I believe this is, yes, this is our last slide. So we are recommending in this context and for this task, 2 next steps: that an activity should be formed to address a strategy for the nation's eastern and western ranges. It's really important, the membership of that activity, that it include all of the government stakeholders, but as importantly, that it has equal representation from the commercial sector, including specifically launch providers. Whether that's something where there's an interagency activity that meets and then brings in the commercial sector, or if we have some type of a user group that has everybody in the same room. We really need to get all of these voices and all of these stakeholders heard and hammer out what is the next bullet, a national spaceport strategy, which should be created to ensure the best outcomes for the collective U.S. National security, civil, and commercial launch enterprises. So once again, I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that was done on behalf of the I&I working group over the summer, and for all of the COMSTAC members who provided really a high level of granularity for some of these observations. And a special thanks to Karina, who we kind of worked this thing hand in hand, because it was such an important topic and it was so cross-cutting across the COMSTAC. So with that, I will stop there and open it up for discussion.
You want a second, Paul? This is Dale.
Yes, so I move to open discussion. Dale?
I'll second.
Very good. Thank you.
I would just like to note the absolute heroic work of Paul and everyone who was involved in this. In fact, the entire COMSTAC were in discussion of this topic since the spring altogether. So really applaud everyone's cooperation in getting this one done.
I ditto that remark, and including you and Karina. A lot of work was done, but I think it's been very well summarized. So very well summarized here. So I think we have a pretty good way forward. And when you come to me, my vote will be aye.
Jim Armour?
I can't, yeah, this is excellent work. Thanks, Paul and the gang. Did we discuss whether this was worthy of recommending going to the National Space Council? I know they've started up, but this particular issue might be worthy at that level. And I vaguely remember maybe us discussing it, but I can't remember if we did or not.
We did discuss that most recently in the last few weeks. We did attempt to reach out to see if this would percolate up to that level. Really what we've gotten from the National Space Council so far are really kind of some top line strategic thrusts. So I guess the answer to the question is maybe, because if you do look at this slide, many of the entities that are represented here are also represented on the National Space Council. I know that Charity and Karina had some outreach to Chirag, but I don't know that we've heard back.
Jim, I think it's one thing. I think in a perfect world, I think people agree it'd be great if they would go champion this and get this done. In the world we actually live in, you can't even get them to return calls. I'm not sure what the point is.
Okay. I have no other comments.
Paul, I believe the intent here was to vote on the next steps as a recommendation. Do you agree?
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. We're going to vote on these two bullets. It's really the activity with not limited to the stakeholders that are on the screen, but certainly a high representation on behalf of the commercial sector. And then an output of that is a real national spaceport strategy. So those are the two that we're voting on.
Any other discussion? Okay, over to you, Paul, to recommend these next steps and a motion to move forward to vote.
I'm just taking a quick glance to see if there were any questions that came through on the website. Not seeing any. I think we're ready to move to a vote. I move to vote on this one.
And Lee seconds.
Thank you, Lee.
Excellent. I'll call for a vote. And I just want to say real quickly, Paul, this was an enormous amount of work for you personally. I think you're now the worldwide expert on this topic. So thank you so much for everything you've done to get us to this point. It's really appreciated.
Well, it's like I said, it was really a whole of COMSTAC, and there's some real experts on this that provided some real good fidelity on some of this. So I appreciate that.
Thanks, Paul. I'll call for a vote here. So Jim Armour.
Aye.
Greg Autry.
Aye.
Bill Beckman.
Aye.
Ed Bolton.
Aye, still.
Great. Shanna Dale.
Aye.
Paul, I've got you as making the motion. Mary Lynn Dittmar.
Aye.
Mike French.
Aye.
Chris Hassler.
Aye.
Dale Ketchum.
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller.
No.
Okay. Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Moses.
Aye.
Okay. Clay Mowry.
Aye.
Dale Nash.
Aye.
Sharon Pinkerton. Lee, I've got
Aye.
you making the second. Okay, thanks, Sharon.
Yep.
Lee, I've got you as the second. Robbie Spatier.
Aye.
Thank you. Eric Stalmer.
Aye.
Ann Zakolsky. Ann, was that an aye?
Yes, aye.
Great. I will vote aye. How does the chair vote?
I vote aye.
Excellent. The motion passes. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. So next up on our agenda, we're going to take a break until 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30 for public comments and new business.
Hey, Jim, Pat, this is Chris Hassler. Are you still on?
I am, sir.
Hey, I gotta leave, so I won't be here when you adjourn again at 1:30, okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you. Good meeting. I thought real progress was being made here today.
Absolutely.
And just as a sidebar, what's the plan going forward? Does FAA want help from industry on how to present this grant activity to the Hill?
Let's talk offline. We're still streaming on YouTube. So
Okay.
let's discuss
Yeah,
offline.
no, I'm just saying that's a topic for another day.
Yep. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Yes. Thank you.
All right, I gotta run. I gotta take somebody to the cardiologist. All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
See you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Jim, are we back on?
Yes, we are back on. And if you are ready, if there are no other discussions on things that have been brought up, we'll open it up for the public comment period. And we did receive from Mr. George Neal a request to address COMSTAC. So if you're ready, Mr. Neal, if you would, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jim and Charity and members of the COMSTAC. I appreciate you allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Dr. George Neal, and I'm currently serving as the chairman of the Global Spaceport Alliance, or GSA. GSA was formed in 2015 with the goal of creating a global network of spaceports that will allow increased access to space and that can serve as focal points and technology hubs in growing the space economy. The group currently has 23 member spaceports and 13 associated nonprofit member organizations from 10 different countries all over the world. We hold an annual Spaceport Caucus, which in 2022 will be held in Orlando on January the 10th in conjunction with the SpaceCom conference. And we're actively involved in partnering with stakeholders at NASA, US Space Force, and the FAA, as well as with industry and academia. This afternoon, I'd like to highlight two topics that I believe are appropriate for careful consideration by the committee: non-launch flight operations and spaceport infrastructure funding. So first, on non-launch flight operations, it's long been recognized that the current system for authorizing the flight of hybrid vehicles, that is, launch or reentry vehicles that have some of the characteristics of aircraft and some of the characteristics of launch vehicles, may be more confusing, inefficient, and bureaucratic than is necessary in the ideal world. In the US Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act of 2015, Congress directed the Secretary of Transportation to prepare a report on approaches for streamlining the licensing and permitting process of launch vehicles, reentry vehicles, or components of launch or reentry vehicles to enable non-launch flight operations related to space transportation. And in its response to Congress, the Department of Transportation's recommended approach to enable non-launch flights of hybrid vehicles was to authorize their flight with a launch license or experimental permit. This approach would not remove any options that are currently available to an operator. So we're not taking away any authorities or responsibilities. The report, which was submitted on June 29, 2017, noted that allowing non-launch flight operations to be conducted under a launch license or experimental permit would streamline the process by allowing a vehicle's full flight envelope to be flown under a single license or permit from DOT, rather than requiring operations under two different regulatory regimes. Now, implementing such a system would require Congress to change current law. And I've included in my statement an example of some potential legislative language that would allow such an approach. And it's based on taking the language from the FAA reauthorization of 2018, which provided a statutory definition of a space support vehicle, and just tweaking that a little bit. Right now, the law defines a space support vehicle as a vehicle that is a launch vehicle, a reentry vehicle, or a component of a launch or reentry vehicle. And that's a great start, but I think it would be significantly improved if we added in a vehicle in development to become a launch vehicle, reentry vehicle, or component of a launch or reentry vehicle. Or an aircraft when it conducts a space support flight. And the additional improvement would be then to allow the Secretary of Transportation, and by delegation, the FAA and Office of Commercial Space Transportation, to authorize those space support vehicle flights through a license or permit. And if we did that, then there are a number of different launch operators that could benefit from this type of streamlining. That would include Northrop Grumman with its L-1011 and Pegasus, Virgin Galactic with White Knight 2 and Spaceship 2, or Spaceship 3, or any other follow-on vehicles, any kind of glide flights that might need to do in the future. Virgin Orbit with its Boeing 747 and Launcher 1, Stratolaunch with Rock and any air launch systems that it would carry in the future. And at least 2 other hybrid launch systems that I'm aware of that are currently under development, but that have not yet been publicly announced. Now, there's a separate but potentially very significant benefit of this commercial human spaceflight training. NASA has long had its astronaut train in the T-38. And as y'all know, in September, SpaceX conducted the Inspiration 4 mission with 4 non-professional astronauts on board. I want to salute both SpaceX and the Inspiration 4 astronauts for how seriously they took their pre-flight training. And Jared Isaacman, who organized the mission, actually arranged for each person to fly in high-performance jets so that they would be better prepared for their spaceflight experience. So that was great. But unfortunately, future commercial astronauts may not be able to have that same opportunity unless they happen to own or have access to former military aircraft and are willing to provide free flights for their fellow crew members. And that's because current law prohibits the operation of experimentally certificated aircraft for compensation or hire. But with the changes we're talking about here, commercial crew members or spaceflight participants would be able to receive spaceflight training in experimental aircraft under the same informed consent regime that AST uses today for commercial human spaceflight. So I think that adding an opportunity for more realistic training would almost certainly result in an increase in the safety of commercial spaceflights. And it would also allow launch operators to better screen prospective customers ahead of their space missions to minimize the chance, for example, that they would have a panic attack or get violently ill during maneuvers. Now, the second topic I wanted to highlight was spaceport infrastructure funding. I thought there was some great discussion as part of the working group session earlier today. But from the perspective of our Global Spaceport Alliance members, there are really several different options that could be used to provide the needed federal support for spaceports infrastructure, including the Airport Improvement Program, the Space Transportation Infrastructure Matching Grants Program, the Department of Transportation Discretionary Grants Program, and the potential joint DoD FAA Infrastructure Program. Again, that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Danfus. Any of those options would be better than the existing situation, which is a complete absence of federal funding. However, each of those approaches has some limitations and disadvantages. So GSA is recommending that there be a new program that would take advantage of the experience that we've had in the past and some of the lessons learned we've been able to gather from previous and existing infrastructure grant programs, while incorporating modifications as appropriate to meet the unique requirements associated with commercial space transportation. And the new program could and should evolve over time, for example, to become larger and even eventually to be self-funded like the Airport Improvement Program is today. But as was discussed earlier, we're not at that point yet. But just with the inputs from our US members of GSA, we've identified 44 different potential infrastructure projects with a total cost of over $382 million. And these are at 10 different US spaceports. So given that, we think it's vital that the FAA immediately begin working with Congress to start providing the needed financial assistance. I think this is a perfect example of the government needing to move more quickly in order to keep pace with industry. So if there's any particular questions, I'm happy to address that. Otherwise, again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak to the group today, and I look forward to supporting the COMSTAC's efforts on these very important issues. Thank you, Charity.
Thank you, Dr. Neild, for your comments. Your insights are always valuable, and we really appreciate you taking the time in each of these COMSTAC meetings to bring them forward. I'll open it up to the members if they have any questions for Dr. Neild. Okay, seeing none, thank you, Dr. Neild. And Jim, are there any other questions on the website that we need to address here?
There was one question that came in on the website, and it is in general, and it's actually for AST, but I'll answer it publicly here and I'll read it. Are you getting broad support from all other countries in regard to collaboration efforts on licensing? And this is in regards to spaceports. Are there any that are attempting to stymie these efforts? And the answer is we are getting very good support from all other countries in our licensing efforts, and we have not run into any country or anything that is trying to stymie our efforts in this area. I got that from Pam. She unfortunately had to drop off for this afternoon, but we are getting very good cooperation and collaboration from other governments. And that is the last of the questions that are on the website. I will mention again that if you're tuned in on YouTube, there should be a link there where you can type in questions and it'll come over. Or if you are on our COMSTAC website, there's a link there to ask questions, and that question portal will be open until COMSTAC is completed. Charity, back over to you.
Okay, thank you. We'll still be open to taking those questions until for a little bit more here as we move into the next item, which is new business. So I'll open it up to the COMSTAC members to bring forward any thoughts, ideas, items that you'd like COMSTAC to address, maybe in this next session or the ones after that. Just open it up to you at this point. Thank you. I'm actually going to put Paul on the spot here. Paul, if you don't mind, I know you're interested in point-to-point flight, and I was wondering if you could explain that a little bit and the urgent need or the need of maybe COMSTAC to discuss it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Charity, for that opportunity. Put together a very short white paper back in the spring on what we are sort of calling high-speed aerospace technology. And, I think it initially lends itself to potentially being part of traditional FAA if it's an air breathing system. But some of these systems start to get into the higher parts of the atmosphere, and then they start blurring the line between whether it is a point-to-point vehicle and or an orbital vehicle or something in between, like maybe a boost glide or a skipping off the top of the atmosphere. And I know of, just right off the top of my head right now, just of two architectures that are in development right now that really will kind of blur the lines there. And so I put together that paper for the COMSTAC's consideration, or the AST's consideration, as to should we now start kind of getting out in front of making a very open regulatory regime for those type of vehicles that do kind of blur the lines a little bit. I think it's important that we do that engagement early. So with that, the paper is available for others' consumption. I believe it's I think it's with AST, right, Jim?
Yes, we have it.
Great.
We're reviewing it.
Yeah, and I think there's a handful of members of the COMSTAC that not only are have concerns with spaceports and human spaceflight regulations and orbital and reentry type of things, but there are others. There are folks who are thinking about point-to-point architectures as well.
What kind of time horizon do you see for this, Paul?
You know, I think if you'd asked me earlier in the year, I probably would have given one answer, but now I would say it's accelerated. I've seen some funding come out in the last couple of months on a few of these architectures, which makes me believe that it's some of these things are going to start bending metal and flying sooner than we realize. So I would certainly say within, conservatively, maybe 5 years, maybe even sooner on some of these.
Okay, thank you. Any other items, new business to be brought up today from members? We got a quiet bunch here today, Jim.
I know. I was just going to comment on that. Everybody is very quiet.
Looks like we've resolved everything in the earlier session, but should there be no other comments or inputs, I'd like to hand it back to Jim to talk about upcoming taskers for this next session. Jim?
Ready? All right, thank you. And so the next session of, or the next public meeting of COMSTAC will be, is tentatively scheduled for 15 March 2022. And I am hoping that the world and viruses and everything else cooperate, and we can do that meeting in person here in Washington, D.C. But with that, for the work plan that will be due in March 2022, next slide, please. Following on a couple things. Next slide. Review the and make recommendations on updating the guidance documents. You've done that. And I'd like you to take in AST, and the government is asking you to take an additional step beyond that macro level to approach to any potential future rulemaking covering human spaceflight. What are those large chunks that we need to be looking at? And as we move forward, we'll define that a little bit more, and as you start to work through this. Next slide, please. We are not ready to propose new regulations under Part 460, and we are not asking for regulatory language. But as a follow-on to the work that has already been done, we're looking to get your advice, recommendation, and observations on the scope and scale of potential future human spaceflight regulation. Also provide recommendations on the glide slope for transition plan to move from where we are today to that regulatory regime sometime out there in the future. Again, this is not saying regulation is going to be put in place at any particular time, but just, again, like Paul mentioned, let's get out ahead of things. So this is looking towards the future. And you all have done an absolutely outstanding work so far on human spaceflight, and I can't thank you enough for that work. Let's just move that ball just a little bit further down the field. All right, next slide, please. Regarding Part 440, you have recommended that be the next rulemaking effort, and you have provided some good information today and kind of an update, and we would like you to finish up that recommendation, and I think you are on a great path to get that done. Just need a little bit more time, so looking for that final report to come back out in March of 2022 at the next COMSTAC public meeting. Next. And that's the finish up of that task. All right. Something absolutely new given the global climate change we face and the need to make changes to government and industry that we must make to change the future. COMSTAC advice is needed on what research is necessary to move the industry forward regarding climate change. As we're going to hear this afternoon from the Vice President, this administration is looking to space for many things, and one of those is to help with not only just monitor climate change, but make changes to the way we do business, the way we think and work and handle our climate here on Earth. We're all kind of in this together. So are there recommendations or advice from industry on this critical strategic area of concern? What are those areas that the government needs to be looking at? Are there any research projects or things that we need to be doing? And again, the final recommendation language coming up in March. And next. And then as we were presented this earlier today from Charles Hewitt, we have quite a few advisory circulars yet to do. A few of them are just around the corner and we're closing in on getting those published. But given the remaining advisory circulars, we would like your recommendation on the priority for their completion, because as we know that it does take a while. So are there some of those that should be prioritized above others? Well, that's what we're looking for with task number 4. And then we'll be looking at the white paper that Paul put forward and working out and thinking about that as a potential task number 5. Are there any questions?
Jim, is there going to be more details on task number 3 on climate change? Are you looking to aggregate industries' ESG efforts? Are you looking to have anything more specific here?
I'm really just looking for advice on what's out there. Not specifically do research on alternative fuels necessarily, but where do we on the space transportation side look? And as we start digging into this one, again, what is COMSTAC's advice to the government, whether it's very specific or in broad? Of course, the more specific, the more actionable it is. But I think that first step is what are the general areas, or are there some specific things that we need to be looking at, either from a research or potentially regulatorial constructs to address climate change?
Thank you. Members, any questions for Jim?
Jim,
send those out to an email.
Go ahead.
It's Greg.
Please.
You'll send these out to us in email?
Absolutely, yes.
And Jim, you're open to additional suggestions?
Sure.
Great.
Jim, this is Shanna. On task 3, climate change, is your focus, because I look, in regards to space industry, you could certainly talk about maybe cleaner fuels along the way. And I know NASA has been working on that issue. You could also talk about the very practical implications of climate change in regards to impact on existing ranges, and then also maybe some of the interior spaceports as well. When I was at NASA many years ago, they had some of that work done in regards to impact to KSC and their projections going forward. So, it impacts us in different ways. Are you going in a particular direction when you say climate change and how we're looking at it from AST's perspective? Is it more of how can we start to talk to individuals about fuel choices in the future research that's being done, or is it more practical implications of what people are going to be facing on the ground in terms of changing climate, or is it something else that I'm missing?
No, it's both of those, and anything else. Absolutely wide open for recommendations and advice. There's no specific target here. Pretty wide open.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And I guess a follow-up to that, Jim, and this is getting ahead of ourselves, but any recommendations or observations that we provide to DOT, is this intended for National Space Council inputs and some sort of larger effort?
It could be. Initially, this is thought of as are there things AST needs to be focusing research on, or potentially focusing regulation on, or partnering with industry, other government agencies. For example, Shanna mentioned ranges and the impacts of climate change on, and I guess I'm putting words in your mouth, ma'am, sorry. As raising, as the sea level rises and a lot of our launch facilities happen to be on the coast, are there impacts there that we need to be looking at? And is there any advice on how to look at that or what to do with that? So again, pretty wide open as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Right, seeing no other hands up, let's move on to the end of our session today with just some closing remarks from myself and Karina. I just want to let everyone know here, our members, that it's been a real pleasure to work with you the last 6 months. I look forward to the next few months until the March meeting. I completely understand this has been a very difficult time, and as we get to see each other in person, I'm very relieved to meet many of you in person for the first time over the past few months, and I'm going to continue to seek out in-person contact as we open up even further. So just want to thank everyone for their tireless work. Really appreciate it. And Karina and I and Jim, we're here if you have any questions, concerns, and look forward to the next few months. And Karina, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Charity. I just wanted to kind of reiterate that how much everyone has worked to get to this point. And, there's no doubt that we're all here because we have an interest in advancing America's space program, and we're all, working together to try to put forth very thoughtful recommendations to AST. And I really appreciate the work that's gone into that as well. And oftentimes it's challenging when the industry is evolving right before our eyes. So we are, anticipating a lot more growth in the industry, a lot more activity, and I believe here that our work here is even more important than before. So thanks again to everybody.
I'll open it up for any last comments, and then I'll turn it over to Jim to close us up. Okay, Jim, floor is yours.
All right, and before I have closing remarks, I'd like to offer the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation, if he would like to add any closing comments for COMSTAC.
Thanks, Jim. And yes, I will. I'll keep this relatively succinct. But Charity, Karina, thank you again for your leadership, and to the entire COMSTAC for your tremendous work over the last 8 months. And a special thanks to our working groups and their leaders, to the Safety Working Group for providing much needed recommendations on commercial human spaceflight, and for helping AST prepare for whatever the future regulatory framework holds. to the Regulatory Working Group for your work on a way forward for Part 440, and to the Innovation Infrastructure Working Group for tackling spaceport grant funding, for looking at electronic licensing, and most importantly, taking a look at a national spaceport construct. Having been at Cape Canaveral, I know this is a passionate and sometimes emotional topic, but one we need to think through. And we need to have these discussions before we run out of capacity, not after. So to Paul Damphus, the new cat herder, the I&I working group, and really to everyone on COMSTAC, thank you for working on this, even though I know it was at times a topic that drove vigorous discussion. This is a phenomenal group of industry leaders, and again, we cannot thank you enough for your time and efforts. And finally, a big thanks to Jim Hatton and our team for hosting this event, and also to Randy Repchak, Charles Hewitt, Steph Earle, and Pam Underwood for your updates today. But again, thank you to everybody, and I look forward to working on these really tough topics with you as we continue to move forward. Thanks again. Jim, back over to you.
All right, thank you, sir. And if everybody else had a bit of garbled on Wayne's message, I'll sum it up in just a few quick words. He thanked everybody, and he may be a rocket scientist, but sometimes audio gets the best of all of us. So thank you, sir, for your comments. I think we got most of it anyway. Again, thank you so much. I do want to express my thanks to everybody on COMSTAC. I've been there for just about every meeting, and you all have put in an enormous amount of work. And I will tell you that your recommendations are taken very seriously. The department was listening in today. I know a lot of people were tuned in, and once I get the information on how many people were tuned in, I will pass it on to you all. But as you heard the administrator speak this morning, and then Wayne Monteith speak also, your recommendations, observations, and especially your advice is taken very seriously and being acted on. So AST is moving out on the things that you have identified, recommendations you've made, and it is very valuable because you see a part of this industry that we as a regulator side don't necessarily see and don't necessarily think about. So what you come up with is critical to us being your good government partner in this industry. Again, thank you to Charity and Karina for leading this whole group and for all the work that each of you have put in. Greatly appreciated for every work group chair and vice chair and all the additional support people out there that supported the principals who are on COMSTAC. Everyone has done an absolutely outstanding job, and although there was a lot of debate and discussion, it was well worth it, and it's been a learning environment for everyone. So I greatly appreciate it. I will say thank you and give back a good bit of your time. Charity, was there any last word from you?
Yes. Happy Friday, TGIF, everyone.
All right. Thank you. And like I mentioned before, the next COMSTAC meeting will be on the 15th of March, 2022. All things being wonderful, it'll be here in Washington, D.C., but virus does get a vote, and we hope that we have that completely under control. I wish everybody here and on YouTube safety. And if you're traveling between now and the end of the holiday season and the next COMSTAC, please be safe, be careful, and take care of one another. And we will see you in March, if not before. And with that, COMSTAC is adjourned. Thank you.